place, this perpetual insecurity and pressure, and you go home and you experience it there as well. Maybe you have urgent repairs that aren't being met. Maybe you have rent increases that are indefensible. So many of my friends and the people that are close to me and myself have experienced living in this kind of situation. I think the impact of it is obviously financially, it's extremely tough. But one thing that's worth, I think, emphasizing is the psychological impact of this. It's very difficult to feel like you have a future worth planning for, or that you can plan for, when you're in this kind of, you depend on this like web of short-term arrangements. I think for many young people, it really contributes to significant distress. It's not sustainable, yeah.
And how do you think that is different from previous generations? This committee is very focused on what's shifted. Precarity of employment, precarity of housing, expense, a loss of hope is what you're describing. That's distinctive, you would say, from earlier generations.
I think working class people have always faced profound difficulties in work and in housing. But I think the unique situation facing young people today is, we talked a lot in our submission about how industrial law has shifted, and I believe in previous generations, with the awards system and the availability to take industrial action, the freedom with which workers could collectively organise, these things represented a horizon that young people could look to, even in the most difficult working and living circumstances. There were these instruments that are not there anymore. And just like with the budget, we have seen with multi-employer bargaining and the closing loopholes, secure jobs, better pay, movements that are encouraging, but they don't restore by any means what previous generations had access to. I think that combination of significant housing stress combined with an inability to take collective action to raise your income, I mean, I don't think we can really blame people for feeling hopeless when they're in that circumstance.
I think what I would say, I'm an old person, and I remember when you lived in rental accommodation, it was a temporary thing. You might be studying, it might be early in your work life, but it was always a built-in expectation that the day would come where you would be able to afford to buy a home. And when I bought my first home with my then partner, we did that effectively on one secure income. I didn't have an ongoing job, she did, so we were able to get money and buy a home. That is inconceivable now. There is a generation of young people who are facing the real prospect that they will rent their whole lives, and that means that they can't make decisions about whether they're making decisions about whether or not to have kids. Do you do that in a situation where, as Oscar's described, you don't know where you're going to be living in 1-2 years, where at any time a landlord might choose to raise the rent by more than you can afford, and suddenly you're not just moving you, as we did when we were students, and just like, oh, well, we find somewhere else. You're moving an entire life, childcare, school, all of those things, and everything becomes impossible. And that sense that this crisis has been coming for a long time and no one has done anything to avert it makes, I think, a generation of young people feel like there is no hope, like nobody cares.
Your submission and your evidence verbally this morning is really giving us new information about the labour market side of it, the employment side of this crisis. We've had a lot of evidence, and we still seek it, in relation to the housing crisis, but you've particularly pointed to the fact that many young people are on junior rates or begin their working life on a lower rate of pay. They're in low-wage industries in many cases, often for extended periods of time, as I'm going to get you to just make sure that I'm getting this right, and that there is a decline, a significant decline in collective bargaining capacity, or the proportion of people covered by collective bargains who are younger, under 35, say. So that's an image of a really significant change in the labour market, which people then come to the housing market with. Am I explaining that correctly?
Yeah, that's right. There has been an uptick in collective bargaining with the changes that have been introduced. That's a really good thing, but making collective bargaining widespread is really, that's the tool that we use now to lift wages and conditions and give people greater job security. You limit the ability for companies to outsource, you limit the ability for casualisation, labour hire, you do regulation of labour hire so that companies can't just shoot everything off to people who work insecurely. Essentially, there was a time where you started a job and you stayed at a company for a long period of time. That's not the case anymore. People cycle around jobs because they need to find something better rather than being able to stay and negotiate something better.
And a more precarious labour market alongside a more difficult housing market, is that correct?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Hey, thank you for that. What are you hearing from young members of unions about this situation? You've talked about your experience, your generation's experience, but what would you say the Victorian Trades Hall Council is hearing from younger members? Or maybe older members also make comments on the experience of young people.
I think that the young workers talk a lot about precarity. They talk a lot about insecurity. They talk a lot about the struggle that they are facing. We have at Trades Hall the Young Workers Centre, so we represent young workers in their struggles. The amount of wage theft that persists is significant. Workers being exploited remains significant. There are things like people still do unpaid trials where they do these, they do shifts and they don't get paid for them, even though that shouldn't be the case. That still happens. So we are hearing effectively that the labour market as it stands is not really providing enough support or protection to young workers.
Mm-hmm. I think another distinctive thing we've heard come up through the Young Workers Centre and through my own personal experiences with young people is that the law may very well lay down certain things, as Will has commented about wage theft, for example. It may also lay down certain expectations about minimum standards for rentals. But the reality for an overworked young worker who doesn't have security of employment, who is just desperately happy to have somewhere to live, is that no matter what rights are there on paper, a lot of things don't get enforced. If there is mold, if there is unsafe conditions with the entryway of a house, if there's break time violations or overtime violations, young people, a lot of them are in a position where they're focused on survival, they're focused on getting through the week, the month, and these transgressions are allowed to slide. And so we have a situation where you might have reforms that are really strong or legislative expectations that are strong, but functionally, young people are not in a position to enforce them. They're not in a position a lot of the time to do something like go to tribunal or to go to the Fair Work Commission. And I think that's another reason why we view unions as quite important here, because a collective enforcement model where the burden and the time cost and the resourcing cost of chasing these things up is shared is so much more effective, practically speaking, than just asking a young worker in whatever meager amount of free time they have to go and confront the person that is ultimately responsible for their shelter. That's asking a lot of courage from people who may not be in a position to do that.
Thank you. Senator DeLiga, I'll hand to you, and I've got further questions, but I'm sure you have some also.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming along today. Just a couple of questions from me. The government has made increasing social and affordable housing a priority through the Housing Australia Future Fund. Would you agree that this provides an important foundation, with the next step being to continue expanding public and social housing over time?
Yeah, it's our position, as put in our submission, that 10% of new housing stock, we should work towards a target of 10% of new housing stock being public or social housing. The mechanism that gets there, we leave greater minds than ours to think about how we actually achieve that, but I think I think broadly a number of submissions agreed that a target and reaching that target is really important.
Great, thank you. And just noting some of the your evidence to Senator Pocock before. Can you give any other further insights about how housing supply should be complemented by policies that improve young workers' earning capacity? So you spoke about the collective, greater access to collective bargaining. Any other ideas that you might have?
I think abolishing junior rates of pay is really key. Improving apprentice wages is really key. We're in a position right now where, workers on junior rates, we do know that there has been movement on this in the last year from the Fair Work Commission, but it's not across all sectors and it's not for all young workers. It seems to me that one very straightforward, very intuitive way that we can improve incomes available to young people is to enshrine the principle that for a fair day's work, you get a fair day's pay. A young worker doing the same job with the same duties alongside a worker from a different generation is still generating the same amount of value for the employer. So I would say, off the top of our heads, that's a pretty straightforward way to go. I'm not sure if Will has anything to add.
I'd agree with that. We have a long-standing campaign to make now our catch cry is to make Victoria junior wages free, because as Oscar said, a young person delivers the same value in doing the same work.
Oh, absolutely. And how can they be expected to save for a house if they've got it hand tied behind their back because they're being paid a lesser wage? 100% agree.
Yep.
Setting aside your recommendations about taxation, what are the most practical actions the Commonwealth could take to build on the Housing Australia Future Fund and improve housing outcomes for Australians, and particularly young Australians?
We share the position of the ACTU that they put forward in their Housing for All policy, which is that the Housing Australia Future Fund, we welcome it, but what we want to see is significant increases in the provision of public and social housing by both federal and state governments. One thing we commented on in our submission is that it really doesn't require, tremendous imagination to see how this could happen, because Australia has in the past, at several points in our national history, embarked on massive public housing drives, especially after the Second World War. And these kinds of, looking at these examples and their successes in uplifting a whole generation of people, I think is a worthy source of inspiration. There's also, in the meantime, because naturally it takes a while to build housing stock, we can increase Commonwealth rental assistance. We can increase payments for working age Australians to sort of carry them over while we are fixing the housing system. We can't just leave people behind. But I think we really do commend the federal budget for its changes, and we do commend the industrial reforms that the government has passed recently. But I suppose what we're looking for is not so much a change in direction, but an intensification of what the government is already doing in these fields.
Excellent. Look, thank you very much for the evidence today, and also as a comrade, thank you for the work that you do for supporting working people.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Liga. I want to come back to your recommendations. You support in recommendation for making changes to capital gains tax discount, and I'm assuming negative gearing also has your support. But then you also point to the need to tax extreme land wealth, and you support that. Do you want to say a little more about what you want to see there?
So what we've picked up on there is McKell did a report, and effectively that extreme wealth says that if you own property holdings over $20 million, then a tax is applied to the proportion between 20 and 50 million. And if you own over 50 million, then a further tax, a higher tax is applied. And effectively that's about disincentivising land hoarding, the kind of massive build-up of property as an investment, as opposed to fundamentally, real estate is about housing and homes. the investment component should be aside. It seems to be the other way around. Real estate is seen as an investment, and housing people and giving them homes is a side benefit. So we support the McKell recommendations on that.
Which is essentially a tax on wealth, land wealth.
That's right, as opposed to income.
As opposed to income. What aspects or elements of the Victorian experience in particular do you endorse and think we should be thinking about in other parts of the country? Because house prices and rents have increased at a slower rate here, and it is remarkable and interesting. Can it be replicated, and what do we need to do?
Well, the critical things that were done was, first off, the land tax thresholds for investment properties were reduced. So rather than $300,000, they were reduced to $50,000, which means you pay land tax on an investment property if it's valued at over $50,000. There are also charges that apply for land holdings between $50,000 and $100,000, and then over $100,000. So you pay a fixed charge. There's a fee that you pay effectively to hold that property. And then land tax rates were increased, not hugely, it was by 0.1%, for holdings over $300,000 and trusts that had land holdings of over $250,000. And the other thing that was done at the same, well, not quite the same time, but the other major reforms were much greater rights for renters. So Victoria introduced the ability to have pets, and so for instance, rents can only go up once a year. They can't go up excessively. If they go up excessively, that can be challenged. It's rent control as opposed to a rent cap, as I understand applies in the ACT. But a number of reforms happened to effectively make real estate. It's still an investment. You're still making money from it, but not to help with people who hold large holdings of real estate contribute towards the general wealth of the country.
I think one thing I would also add is we'd all be familiar with the inquiry that was held about the operation and adequacy of the capital gains tax. And the Australia Institute, in their submission, took quite a forensic look at what the Victorian government has been doing in this area. And I'd like to share what their conclusion was, just briefly. Property investors who got out of the Victorian housing market after these changes couldn't take the houses with them. Instead, they sold them. With investors leaving the market, they were selling to owner-occupiers, and particularly first home buyers. So I think tying everything together that Will has shared, we've seen in Victoria first home buyers have a fairer playing field than they have in other parts of the country. I think that the basic principles of these reforms, nothing says that they can't be extended on a national level.
Mm-hmm. And we haven't, the property market hasn't collapsed. It's not been the end of everything. Properties continue to, they've gone up in value, just not by the same amount.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything you would like to offer further on rent caps and rent stabilisation policies? We've had a range of views put to us, often very general, that rents are out of control and they need to be pulled back. Some people speak positively about the ACT. Is there any, and you might want to take this on notice if you want to think about it further, but are there particular changes you would like to see in relation to rent levels?
I think that the critical thing about this is housing insecurity. People who pay rent, who are living with the uncertainty of when their rent might go up and how much it might go up by, is part of what Oscar talked about when he talks about the precarity that people feel, and therefore the lack of hope and their inability to plan properly for their futures. So kind of the two key elements of that are, certainly in Victoria, only being able to increase rents once a year seems entirely reasonable. The idea that you can continuously or at any time just increase rents once a year seems right. The Victorian model is that it can't be excessive and that tenants can challenge that. The ACT model is is the CPI plus 10%. What we don't want is a situation where landlords are disincentivised from being able to make the improvements that might be needed to properties. So we don't want to create something that is completely inflexible, but a model whereby there is some control over how much rents can go up by so people can plan, whilst at the same time giving landlords the ability, if there are unforeseen circumstances or there are major remodelling things they need to do to meet requirements, they can go somewhere and justify something more than that. That model seems, I think, to be appropriate.
Yeah, and I have experience with this model that we have in Victoria. I had a landlord, this was after the reforms were brought in, attempt to hike our rent by several $100s. And given that we had the ability now to challenge this, to compare it to similar properties and to the level of CPI, we were able to defeat this proposed rent increase, bring it right down to something we could all handle. And I live with I live with two young women. One is a hospitality worker. One works in the social assistance and care economy. It's a very classic kind of young worker household. And rent restraint measures like that let us challenge it, we got to stay in our home. So expanding access to that or seeing measures like that around the country is something we'd be in full support of.
So interesting that you were able to exercise a restraint like that and to argue, essentially, with your landlord. There's survey evidence saying many people don't feel that confidence because for fear that they will lose their property by one means or another. What would you say about what enabled you to hang in there? And is that precarity real for other people who might contest their landlord's proposal?
I think, to be transparent, I think I have extraordinary privilege working in the union movement and being side by side to the Young Workers Centre. I have access to information about renters' rights that the average working young Australian doesn't. I think that is a really key part of it. I think that being in the movement and having access to this information does grant a certain confidence. I'd love to see all young people have access to this information and the ability to exercise their rights like that. I think that the perception that young workers, that you might have heard about this fear, this precarity, completely makes sense. It's entirely reasonable.
So some of the solution is proper and clear information, but also access to some backup if you do contest the terms of your rental.
Absolutely.
I mean, there are reasons why trade union members earn more than people who aren't in unions, and that's because the power of collective is partly the power of information and resources that comes when you pull things together. So young people out there on their own who get notification of a significant rent increase, they need to have the confidence, they need to not only have the information that they can challenge it, but the confidence to do that. And that means providing support in whatever mechanism that might be, whether legal centres get funded to do that kind of work, whether there are collectives, there are housing collectives and others, but people need to have the information and the confidence.
Thank you. I think the overwhelming message I heard from you at the beginning of your submission of your evidence was the need for us as a country to be courageous about our spend, for example, on public housing to achieve the 10% target that we used to have. And you're pushing the politicians, certainly, and our broader community to make that investment. I'd like to know what you think might be the barriers to it and how they might be overcome, because there is a pushback on massive expenditure on any item unless you're a submarine builder. What's your thinking about the possibility that will happen, and what do we need to do to get there?
I think that we need to keep talking about the fact that housing or real estate, these are homes. These are not investments. I mean, they can be an investment, but their primary purpose is homes. They are shelters. They are places where people go for security and comfort. And so we need to continuously remind people that that's the world that certainly I grew up in, the world where that idea that you would one day be able to afford that comfort and security of your own is a world that we want. And I think the barriers are it's taken generations to get to where we are now, and unscrambling people's understandings of how the economy works and what might happen if we make change. I think we just have to continue to have those conversations. We need to keep campaigning around those concepts, like the 10% investment being 10% housing stock being public and community housing, social housing being a good thing for everyone. And that the economy isn't like running a household budget, that sometimes we invest in projects and large-scale projects because that's actually good for the future, and we pay them off over time, and they are the investment is returned to us in so many ways. We don't not build roads because we think it's going to cost us money. We don't just look at the cost, we look at what the community needs and we look at what that investment returns to us. And we need to see housing in the same way.
I think the primary barrier is for reform in this area is the naked self-interest of people that benefit off the system. You know, as the purpose of a system is what it does. And for some very small sections of the community, the concentration of ownership, the skyrocketing of rents, and the flatlining of wages, this is a very handsome situation for them to be in, even if the vast majority of Australians are suffering. I think that it will take courage to stand up to these vested interests, but as we see it, you know, the role of the government is to stand up for the national interest. You know, extremely wealthy property investors, it is more than legitimate for them to advocate for their self-interest, but it's also legitimate for the government to stand up for the good of the whole community. There is no alternative but to fix the housing crisis. The long-term ramifications of a situation where the vast majority of people are not able to have their own property, their own, you know, stake in society that is theirs. I don't understand, you know, the long-term effects on that, not just on the individuals, but on the kind of society we're all living in. It's
Unimaginable.
It's unimaginable. And it's certainly not democratic in the long run.
I wonder if you want to make any comment about the fact that this crisis is widespread for renters and for many people who are homeless, and for the aspirations of young people to own their own home. How is that affecting the politics, that level of hardship that is very widespread around a basic human need, a roof over your head? We see massive shifts in voting patterns. Is there a connection there that you see?
Absolutely. I think the sense of precarity gives a sense of hopelessness. And if you believe that the system isn't listening to you and that the people that are supposed to be, as Oscar said, acting in the national interest are no longer acting in the interests of the nation, then what you do is start to look for the people that you think are speaking to that. And we would say the rise of the far right in Australia relates to the fact that people feel that precarity and they feel that the systems are not working for them. We need people to have a sense that they're being heard and that their priorities are being addressed, and the lack of the fact that people are struggling with housing, and the fact that parents are looking at the world and saying the world that we are leaving behind is not as good as the one that I grew up in. You know, I'm a grandma. I worry. It keeps me awake at night, worrying about the future that we are handing to kids. We absolutely need to turn this around. The descent into far-right politics and fascism comes from a sense of despair.
Completely agree with everything that Will has said. I think we talk a lot about trust, you know, trust in democracy, trust in public institutions. Trust is something that has to be earned. Trust is something that can be broken. And so long as people are excluded from what they need to live with dignity, why should they trust in the system? I think in the union movement, we really do believe that the housing crisis, the wages crisis, the jobs crisis, these things are inseparable from shifting voting patterns and the rise of the far right. There is an unquestionable, you know, cultural, racist element to all of this. But the landscape on which it's all playing out seems to me and to us really defined by the economic dimension here.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your submission and for your appearance today. I really appreciate your evidence. Committee's agreed that any responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you getting the Hansard transcript. We'd appreciate your help with that. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
So I now welcome representatives from Aboriginal Housing Victoria to the table.
you, Senator.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Cronin, thank you for being here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you.
Yep.
For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
So, Darren Smith, I'm the CEO of Aboriginal Housing Victoria and the Chair of the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum in Victoria.
And I'm Tim Cronin, and I'm part of the Secretariat for the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion I'll lead off with some questions. Senator DeLiga will follow.
Sure. So I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Wurundjeri country, and I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation and pay respects to their ancestors and their elders past and present. I'd also like to acknowledge that we're all on Aboriginal lands across Victoria and Australia that have never been ceded. Aboriginal Housing Victoria is the largest registered Aboriginal community housing provider in the country, providing culturally safe, affordable and secure housing to nearly 4,000 Aboriginal Victorians across over 1,800 properties throughout Victoria. Aboriginal Housing Victoria is the lead agency for Manana, Wonti and Marta Court, the Victorian Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Framework, the first of its kind in Australia. Manana, Wonti and Marta Court is the lead policy framework for Aboriginal housing and homelessness policy and reform in Victoria and was developed by community for the community. The implementation of Manana, Wonti and Marta Court is guided and overseen by the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum. The forum brings together all Aboriginal community-controlled organisations and traditional owner groups that are delivering housing and homelessness services or have an interest in housing and homelessness in Victoria. With this in mind, most of the discussion today will be based on the Victorian context, and when we refer to Aboriginal, we are including and inclusive of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples throughout Australia. In terms of opening remarks, the other thing that I just wanted to mention is around, and I agree very much with your former witnesses around housing being really about security and comfort for people. In its absence, it creates and magnifies disadvantage, and in its presence, it's necessary as an enabler of tackling disadvantage, and housing security provides the conditions for individual growth and families to thrive. So I've got a very long speech that I could speak to, or I can go straight to questions. What would you prefer?
Could you table that for us?
Yeah.
That would be very helpful.
More than happy.
If you table it, then it's available to us to use in evidence for us.
Okay.
Are there any particular points you'd like to draw our attention to?
I might just go to the headlines, and then if you want more detail, I'll go into the detail. So our overarching position is that for Aboriginal Victorians, intergenerational housing inequity is not simply a question of younger people being worse off than older people. It is a result of housing disadvantage being transmitted across generations, starting through colonisation, dispossession, exclusion from land ownership, economic marginalisation and systemic housing inequity. This makes Aboriginal housing inequity fundamentally different from the broader Australian debate. Many non-Aboriginal Australians were able to build security and wealth through land and home ownership. Aboriginal Victorians have largely, until recently, been excluded from these opportunities. The central question for this inquiry is therefore not why younger Aboriginal people have less housing security than older Aboriginal people. It is why Aboriginal people across generations have been denied the same housing, land and wealth building opportunities that enabled others to build long-term security and prosperity. Any response to intergenerational housing inequity must therefore address both the historical causes of Aboriginal housing disadvantage and the contemporary systems that continue to produce it. I've mentioned Manana, Wonti and Marta Court, which is the Victorian Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Framework. This is the Victorian Aboriginal community's response to ensure that all Aboriginal people have a house. And it's framed by a set of goals. There are 5 goals: secure housing improves life outcomes, building supply to meet the needs of growing Aboriginal population, opening doors to home ownership and private rental, building an Aboriginal-focused homelessness system, and developing a capable system that delivers Aboriginal housing needs. And there's two major themes that run through Mananawarnti and Mata Court. The first is we actually need an effective safety net for Aboriginal people of homelessness services that serve to support Aboriginal people and in crisis and house them. And then secondly, social housing that meets the needs of the Aboriginal population. I'll move on to the next set of headline, and I will come at the end to some recommendations for the Commonwealth, which I want to go through in full. So Aboriginal intergenerational housing inequity began with colonisation, dispossession and exclusion from land. The issue is not simply generational difference within Aboriginal communities, it is a cumulative transmission of housing disadvantage from generation to generation, caused by historical and ongoing exclusion. Aboriginal communities were excluded from the housing wealth that enabled other Australians to build security across generations. Home ownership has been a major pathway to wealth for many Australians, but Aboriginal Victorians entered the modern housing market from a position of profound disadvantage. Closing the Aboriginal home ownership gap is essential to reducing intergenerational housing inequity. A coherent housing strategy must include targeted measures that help Aboriginal people enter and sustain home ownership, build equity and transfer wealth to future generations. Aboriginal housing independence requires Aboriginal control over land, housing and development pathways. Mainstream market access alone is not enough. Aboriginal communities and traditional owners need the legal, financial and planning capacity to develop housing on land they own, manage or hold rights over. The decline of social housing has disproportionately harmed Aboriginal communities because Aboriginal households rely more heavily on social housing. Reduced availability has had unequal impacts and has weakened one of the most important protections against intergenerational housing inequity. Growing reliance on private rental is creating a new form of intergenerational housing inequity. Many Aboriginal households are becoming long-term renters without realistic pathways to ownership, leaving future generations with less housing security and fewer wealth-building opportunities. As I mentioned before, a strong Aboriginal social housing and homelessness safety net is essential to breaking the cycle of intergenerational housing inequity. Expanding social housing at scale alongside a homelessness system focused on ending, not simply managing homelessness, is fundamental to creating long-term housing security, particularly when delivered through a strong and sustainable Aboriginal housing and homelessness sector. Okay. In terms of the recommendations, so the Commonwealth should develop a national Aboriginal housing and homelessness framework that gives national expression to the vision of Mananawarnti and Mata Court, that every Aboriginal person has a home. This should operate as an overarching national vision and framework, setting shared ambitions, principles and accountability for reducing Aboriginal intergenerational housing inequity. It should be supported by more detailed Aboriginal housing and homeless frameworks at the state and territory level, because jurisdictions are best placed to work with Aboriginal communities, traditional owners and local sectors to respond to different community needs, housing markets, land arrangements and service systems. In terms of developing the overarching Commonwealth Aboriginal housing and homelessness framework, the Commonwealth should develop its own national framework for Aboriginal housing and homelessness, grounded in self-determination and informed by existing Aboriginal-led frameworks such as Mananawarnti and Mata Court. This should be done in genuine partnership with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, traditional owners and the Aboriginal housing and homelessness sector. It should establish a national vision supported by detailed state and territory frameworks. The Commonwealth should set an overarching national vision and framework for Aboriginal housing and homelessness, while states and territories should develop more detailed implementation frameworks in partnership with Aboriginal communities. This is because jurisdictions are best placed to understand local Aboriginal community service systems, land arrangements, housing markets and regional differences. The Commonwealth role should be to set national ambition, principles and accountability while enabling state and territory frameworks to translate that ambition into locally relevant action. Recognise that Aboriginal housing needs exist in remote, regional and urban communities. Housing need may be more visible in remote communities, where the issue is often absence of housing altogether. In regional and urban areas, housing outcomes are shaped by the operation of private rental markets, affordability pressures, discrimination, social housing shortages and limited pathways to home ownership. The Commonwealth response must not treat this as an either-or question. It must support Aboriginal people across remote, regional and urban communities. The Commonwealth has the opportunity to use funding mechanisms to drive cooperation between governments. The Commonwealth should use national funding agreements, including opportunities through the National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness, to require stronger commitments from states and territories on Aboriginal housing outcomes. This should include measurable Aboriginal housing growth targets, dedicated investment streams, transparent reporting, and requirements for partnership with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations and traditional owners. And lastly, there's a need to build the capacity and capability of the Aboriginal housing and homelessness sector. Closing intergenerational housing inequity requires more than individual programs. It requires a stronger Aboriginal controlled housing and homelessness sector with the capability to plan, develop, own, manage and sustain housing over the long term. Commonwealth investments should therefore include sector development, workforce capability, governance support, project pipelines, access to finance and support for Aboriginal organisations to participate in housing delivery at scale. There is no doubt that Aboriginal outcomes are enhanced when the approach is embedded with Aboriginal self-determination as the founding principle.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Please have a drink after that. Thank you very much for your comprehensive document and for taking us through your key recommendations. That is very, very helpful to us. I hear a lot of resonance with what you have said, with what we have heard in other places in South Australia and 2 days ago in New South Wales. Strong emphasis on self-determination, on use and locating housing in Aboriginal communities on Aboriginal land where their control is real. But you're also, I think, all calling for a national set of targets and plans with transparency and local control, but a real effort by the Commonwealth for change. Am I hearing some of your key points correctly?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have personally been very struck by the account of dispossession and the different way in which the issue of intergenerational inequality exists for Aboriginal communities. And we heard from Mr. Hope, I'm not sure if I remember his name correctly, who appeared 2 days ago in New South Wales, a lot of people with a lot of evidence. But he made the point in his own family and community, his extended family of 100 nieces, nephews, children, that only 2 of that 100 owned a home. So he was just using that as an example of that intergenerational failure to transmit and accumulate housing assets and the roof over the head that's secure. Would your local experience be very similar? What do you say to that example?
I think that's right. I think it's very similar in Victoria. We know that the rates of home ownership for Aboriginal people in Victoria, from the ABS census, it's 46%.
42%.
42% for Aboriginal people and 68% for non-Aboriginal people.
Yeah.
And, the gap is being primarily being met by a higher rate of private rental in the Aboriginal community. So, the issue with that, of course, is that rentals are becoming increasingly unaffordable, and we're seeing a rise in the number of Aboriginal people with unmet housing need because of the affordability issue.
and very low vacancy rates, so strong competition for any rental properties, and I assume still an element of discrimination in the rental market. Do you want to comment on that, about what's unique about Aboriginal experience in the rental market?
Yeah. I think particularly in regional areas, and some of it comes down to known Aboriginal families, and it's as simple as if your surname is one of those names that they connect with Aboriginal families, you are less likely to get housing or experience discrimination. So, yes, it's very alive and well today, unfortunately.
And how important is housing to the general picture of the gaps in standards of living?
Yeah, I'm probably preaching to the choir. I think it's foundational, and hence the opening remarks that I made that without housing, there is no hope that we're actually going to reduce Aboriginal disadvantage, and it's also a part of safe, secure, affordable housing is absolutely a part of pathways out of disadvantage. It's an enabler of all of those other services that come in and can have an impact. And I guess the other thing I think as well is it's also about building resilience and strength, and providing the opportunity for people to achieve their potential. If you have safe, secure, affordable housing, all of those other things that come in, the preventative type services will actually have an impact and have an effect. So, and in terms of, I think, part of the answer to home ownership is actually building the skills and capacity in people while they're in social housing, so that they understand what they need to do in order to actually achieve home ownership in the future, and they can start to put in place the goals that they need to get there.
The Aboriginal housing crisis was there before the larger crisis that has really intensified across the country, in regional towns, in cities everywhere. What has that meant for Aboriginal housing in particular, to suddenly have this larger wave of crisis, both in rentals and home ownership and homelessness, for Aboriginal people already in crisis?
What has it meant? It's a very good question. I think this mightn't sound quite right, but it's actually created the opportunity to be heard, because all of a sudden we have the majority of the population that is aware of and understands that there is a housing crisis, whereas previously there wasn't an awareness around what was happening in Aboriginal communities. And so the big housing build in Victoria, which was more of a response to the declining proportion of social housing in Victoria, provided an opportunity to actually obtain more social housing for Aboriginal people. In a population where Aboriginal people are 1%, you have to have a megaphone in order to be heard. And I think because the general population now understands that there is a housing crisis and what's going on, they're more sympathetic and open to solutions, which is a good thing for governments.
Interesting, very interesting response. I'm going to go to Senator Delegar in a moment, but last question for you. You made an eloquent point that in relation to homelessness, we don't need to manage it, we need to solve it and end it. Do you want to say a little more about what is needed in that area?
Sure. I think we need to frame it in terms of a response. That's the first thing we need to do. So what we've been advocating for is that we should have a target to reduce Aboriginal homelessness, to drive the effort that we need to do. Managing it and managing the crisis that people attend specialist homelessness services is very different to actually reducing it. There are a large number of Aboriginal people that attend homelessness services that have been there before. They've experienced repeat episodes of homelessness or chronic homelessness. So it really means you need to dig deep in terms of your service response. We need to be able to more effectively support people who have higher, more complex needs, provide them housing. The housing first model's the leading model internationally. We need to actually adopt it, which means you need to have more housing coming online, and you need to effectively provide the supports so that people that come into that housing can be sustained. And it might not be a home in the suburbs that we're talking about. It might be other forms of housing that people need. I guess the first place is, though, and this is what we've been driving, is we actually need to understand what we need to do to actually reduce it and actually map it very completely. Because otherwise the system is not geared up to actually reduce actual homelessness.
Thank you for all of that evidence. Senator De Liga, if I can come to you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your evidence today. Just a couple of questions from me. Firstly, the government has committed funding through the Housing Australia Future Fund and is working with the states and territories to increase the social and affordable housing. Now, would you agree that these initiatives provide the strong foundation provided Aboriginal community housing organisations are central to delivering the housing for the Aboriginal communities?
Okay, I think I've got that. So in terms of the Commonwealth Government's response to housing, so there's initiatives that support home ownership, so the Help to Buy and the other related initiatives that are there. The 5%
deposit.
Yeah. Yes, they are useful. The difficulty with it is that there's no target that's placed on those initiatives. So I think we actually need to work harder to make those initiatives actually work for Aboriginal people. There are other things that you can do in terms of home ownership as well that need to be explored. So looking at the kind of how can you make Aboriginal land that's under community control through native title and similar veins, how can that be made available to support home ownership? Because at the moment, my understanding is it's not. And in terms of the Housing Australia Future Fund, we've had one round, the current round 3, where we've had an Aboriginal target and we've had funding set aside for Aboriginal housing growth, social housing growth. They're a good start, but they're not going to deliver unless we do more work. And you know, the 600 million for Aboriginal housing under the HAF is insufficient to meet the need, and in fact it's insufficient to meet the need in Victoria, let alone Australia. And one of the reasons why we're very supportive of the Commonwealth taking a leadership role is because every jurisdiction is very different in terms of their Aboriginal communities and the political makeup of Aboriginal communities in terms of their service delivery agencies, housing providers, homelessness providers. And so we can't just have a generic one-size-fits-all response that applies everywhere. Jurisdictions and Aboriginal communities actually need to sit down and work together to work through the issues and work out how they actually improve housing outcomes. We've got a sector that is largely exists because it was funded by ATSIC and its predecessor, but it wasn't funded in a way that built a sector that was operating at scale. It was more responding to the overwhelming Aboriginal housing need back then. And so what we've been left with is, you know, a very large number of organisations that have a very small number of houses that they manage. for their communities. And the way that the HAF operates, the way that jurisdictions manage housing, requires organisations that are operating at a much larger scale in order to actually effectively manage housing, but also to be able to participate in the funding rounds to grow housing. So we've got a huge need. In Victoria, there's 7,000 Aboriginal applicants on the Victorian Housing Register. The current percentage of Aboriginal people that are fronting up to homelessness services is 18%. 18% of the Victorian Aboriginal population is fronting up every single year. The issues, if you've got a crisis, I don't know what you call it, it's an emergency of housing in the Aboriginal communities across Australia, and it requires dedicated resources to build a sector that can deliver the housing that we need and the homelessness services that we need.
Thank you, and obviously it's a big problem, and I really do appreciate your evidence to that question. And obviously I'm a senator from Tasmania, but I understand after talking with colleagues that your organisation has been consistently advocating for Aboriginal-led housing. And can you just explain why the Aboriginal community-controlled housing providers do achieve better long-term housing outcomes for the community?
Sure. One, because they're totally focused on the Aboriginal community. So when a renter leaves, an Aboriginal renter leaves, their housing is filled by another Aboriginal tenant, not somebody else. And secondly, because Aboriginal community-controlled organisations understand their communities, and they deliver culturally safe services, and they will always go the extra mile, which is not the case in the mainstream. So Aboriginal people have a different experience from their Aboriginal community-controlled organisations than what a mainstream organisation can provide.
Thank you, and obviously that cultural safety is so important to the community, and I hear you with what you're saying. And you've sort of touched on my next question a little bit, where you've sort of talked about a Commonwealth-led approach, but also, you know, working better with states and community organisations, you know, so it's not just a one-size-fits-all solution. Do you have any other suggestions for practical actions that the Commonwealth could take to build existing housing initiatives and improve housing outcomes? So is there anything else that you would like to have on the record that we can take away from today?
I would suggest that the Commonwealth builds on the Housing Policy Partnership under the Closing the Gap. I think the foundations are there. Our issue with the work under the Housing Policy Partnership is that the overarching target is around addressing overcrowding. Now, in Victoria, apparently we've met the overcrowding target. Now, we've met the overcrowding target, but we have 18% of the Aboriginal population fronting up to homelessness services. We have 7,000 Aboriginal people on the social housing wait list. So something's not quite right. I think we need to actually work these things through a process, and the Housing Policy Partnership is it's there, it exists already, and we should be investing in it heavily to develop the solutions together.
Okay, thank you, noted, and we'll look at that as part of the recommendations. Thank you for your evidence today and for appearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator De Liga. Just a couple of questions further on the HAF. Has your organisation, and you provide a lot of services, as I understand it, in Victoria, is that correct? You manage over 1,800 homes in Melbourne and regional Victoria that house over 4,000 low income. Is that kind of the nature of your operation? Did you personally, or did your organisation have involvement in any of the HAF rounds?
Yes.
And what's that experience been like within the organisation? What recommendations or thoughts have you got out of that experience?
It's a very interesting question to answer. I think, I guess the overarching feeling was that everything's been rushed. So while we appreciate the Aboriginal specific round and we understand the emphasis and the HAF on delivering as many houses as what it can, it's just a shame that there wasn't better preparation for the Indigenous round and round 3. So I don't want to go into too much more detail on that.
Okay, so more time, more consultation, better lead-up would have resulted perhaps in a better set of outcomes, is what you're saying.
There's some very specific barriers for Aboriginal organisations. So because most Aboriginal organisations have got a small number of properties, there's a requirement for security.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's gonna affect how much you can borrow at some point in your future. Most Aboriginal housing providers have never borrowed money, so there are risks associated with that. Some of them, in their constitutions, even ban the fact that they can borrow money. The HAF itself requires that you borrow money. In Victoria, there's been a really good initiative through Homes Victoria where they're providing upfront capital funding alongside the offerings from Housing Australia. So, and what that means is that it reduces the reliance on borrowing money. Now, to a certain extent, because of the way the HAF's structured, you'll have to borrow money anyway, unless you've got some pretty deep pockets and you've got a lot of capital. But there's a whole range of barriers, and the first one is that for organisations that are small in scale, haven't borrowed before, haven't had the opportunity to grow their housing, they need more time to prepare. You need to bring the projects in. There's issues around holding projects. If you're required to provide a deposit with a developer, the timelines can be a barrier because you can lose your deposit, which is the absolute worst position you can be in. The cost of putting together developments can be prohibitive. You can, for 100 odd properties, you might be investing $500,000. And for smaller organisations, that might be $500,000 you cannot afford to not get an outcome. So there's a lot of things that need to be worked through, and this is again why there needs to be cooperation between Commonwealth and states and territories. What Homes Victoria's put on the table dramatically reduces the need to borrow money.
So the better model, given the culture and scale of existing Aboriginal housing organisations, is a direct investment.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your evidence. We really appreciate you appearing. And if there's anything further you want to add?
Sorry.
You do? Yeah.
I do. I want to come back to the homelessness response as well, because there is a range of other things that we think are really important to addressing and reducing Aboriginal homelessness. Where are they?
We're happy to take anything on notice that you want to give us afterwards as well, of course.
Sure. Well, we will give you this presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I think the really important things that we recognise as well, I mean, obviously social housing growth is essential to reducing Aboriginal homelessness. There are opportunities through the private rental to support more Aboriginal people into housing there. In Victoria, we've got an Aboriginal private rental assistance program. That program's been very effective in increasing the number of people who are supported in private rental. And of course, when you have a growing number of Aboriginal people in housing stress, in unaffordable housing, that's particularly important, that there's a bit of a safety net around sustaining those tenancies. Obviously, the housing first and those approaches that provide the long-term support for people who've had long-term experiences of homelessness are really important. In Victoria, we have gone through a process of establishing Aboriginal entry points into the homelessness system to make sure that Aboriginal people are getting very good access to the homelessness system and being supported. We think that needs to be expanded as well. We also think so there's statewide coverage. At the moment, there's only coverage in 2 regions.
Oh.
We also believe that there's a need for renter support programs which are really framed around both responding to immediate needs, so essentially preventative and early intervention responses for Aboriginal renters in social housing. There are some programs, but they come in and provide support too late in the process. So often you won't be able to access the support until somebody's in arrears and they cannot dig themselves out of it. And often those support services are already fully committed by the time a renter needs that, gets in the front door for that assistance. So we believe that there needs to be renter support provided to the social housing providers so that they can actually get in earlier and support them, and also to provide those services that actually work with renters as well, the more vulnerable renters as well, support. So in a strength-based way.
Great.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, and I suppose what's also required is the system to become more prevention and early intervention focused. And we know from, I guess, the data that we have access to is that majority of people are accessing services when they're children for the first time. So by the time a child or young person turns 18, 76% of them have already engaged with homelessness services, and that rate remains the same throughout adulthood. So what that's telling us is that by the time you get to adulthood, by the time you might be presenting on your own, you've already been engaged in the homelessness service system. And the first time you did that, you were most likely to have done it with your family when you were a child. So there is, I guess, a real imperative to look at how we engage, particularly so children, young people aren't entering the system young. We know the research suggests that once they're in there for a long time. It's really hard to get them out. And the other part of that preventative focus is that we know that 50% of Aboriginal people, so 18% of Aboriginal people are accessing homelessness services. 50% of them are housed but at risk of their tenancies breaking down. So they're in social housing, they're in private rental tenancies, and a fair proportion of them, their tenancies are breaking down while they're in the system. So there is a real opportunity to, through some simple measures, as Darren touched on, around really proactive renter support early before it becomes an issue, to slash that number in half pretty quickly.
Can I just go back to your 76% number? What was that? What was that figure?
So 76% of, roughly 76% of all Aboriginal people accessing homelessness services have accessed services before. They're repeat service users. For those that are around 18 years of age, that number's the same. 76% of them have engaged with homelessness services before.
Well, thank you so much for all of your very powerful evidence. We will certainly be visiting it in our recommendations. And if there's anything further that you would like to provide, we certainly will take your reports. Anything further, then we'd like to receive it within 2 weeks of you getting the Hansard record, but we appreciate all the work you do in your organisation, and also the fact that your evidence grows so clearly out of a very extensive experience. So thank you for bringing it here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. So thank you, Senator Pocock, and thank you, Senator DeLiga.
So we'll now suspend until 1:45. Everyone, I now welcome representatives from Housing for the Aged Action Group in person. Thank you both for being here. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Yep. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear?
I'm Dini Leonarachi. I'm the advocacy lead at Housing for the Aged Action Group.
Welcome.
I'm Lynette Stevens and I'm a lived experience advocate. Sorry about that.
We're very appreciative of lived experience coming to the table. So, Ms Stevens, thank you for being here. So I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion I'll lead off with some questions and other senators will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional custodians of the lands on we meet Wurundjeri and Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge that sovereignty over these lands were never ceded. Again, thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. Housing for the Aged Action Group, or HAG, is a member-based organisation with a service arm in Victoria. Last financial year, we supported about 2,600 people across the state through our various services. We also have a national project which is building awareness of older people's homelessness in Australia and advocating for appropriate policy responses to address housing-related challenges for older people. Our work is centred around older people with lived experience of housing challenges. We coordinate a number of lived experience advocacy groups, including the National Alliance for Seniors for Housing. We've got an LGBTIQA+ group. We have a multicultural and multi-faith group, an older renters group, and a retirement advisory group. I'm missing one, but we do coordinate a lot of lived experience groups, and our lived experience advocates and volunteers like Lynn shape and drive our policy and advocacy agenda. Coming to this inquiry, our position is that Australia's population is ageing, and the current retirement system is built on the expectation that older people will own their own home at the time of retirement. However, home ownership among older people continue to decline. According to our research, Aging in a Housing Crisis report that was released in 2023, looking at census data from 2021, almost 700,000 people aged 55 and over were in private rentals. And that was a 73% increase compared to 2011 census. And we also think this is an undercount because when the census was conducted, income support payments were increased. Most of the states and territories were in some form of lockdown, and there were supports to house people who were at risk of or experiencing homelessness. And we conducted another piece of research, again based on ABS data, that looked at the number of people who are ineligible for public and community housing, but are also not able to get into the private housing market. So they're kind of, we call them our missing middle. I understand there are different groups calling different groups missing middle. And there were about 500,000 people in that cohort who are stuck in private rental market or still not in home ownership, but also not in public and community housing. And our most recent piece of research, Priced Out Rundown report, also found that older renters were more likely to be in very poor quality and unaffordable housing. And that's the national picture, and these challenges are worse for some cohorts like Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander older people, older women, older people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, LGBTIQA+ older people, and older people with a disability or mobility issues. With low rental vacancy rates, older people who are on fixed incomes, such as age pension or job seeker payments, are less likely to be seen as viable long-term tenants compared to those who are in employment or are able to gain long-term employment. Most older renters are one rent increase or life event away from being at risk of or experiencing homelessness. And the current supports to enter housing market are dependent on a lot of factors, and one of them is securing a 30-year commercial bank loan, which is not an option for a lot of older people. And in our view, housing inequality should be viewed as an issue of income and wealth distribution rather than an issue unique to a generation or an age cohort. And with that, I'll pass over to Lynn to share her experience.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and share my story, which I'm sure many older women my age relate to. I was working, raising a son and a homeowner, but a terrible accident in 1985 smashed my left hip and pelvis. I was in hospital for months. It took me 2 years until I could walk properly again. Then I got back to work. It's what I've always done. Excuse me. In 2012, my marriage broke down and we had to sell the marital home. The divorce was costly and messy. I ended up with very little from the sale. I became a renter in the same year and worked hard to support myself. A 10-hour day was a short day for me. Several years ago, the injuries from the accident really caught up with me, and I find it really hard to get around. I have to use a walker and I've had some falls. Unfortunately, this meant that I couldn't work anymore and had to go on to job seeker payment. I don't like being on benefits because I was raised to look after myself, but I had no choice. It was really hard to pay my rent and other essentials as the payment was so low. I went without all sorts of things as paying my rent was priority. I went without meals, heating and cooling. It was hard and isolating. I couldn't even afford to have a coffee to catch up with friends. I tried to keep a positive front, but really was like the proverbial duck paddling frantically underneath the water. The condition of the house was terrible, and this impacted on my physical and mental health. The house was poorly isolated, so temperature was a big problem. When I was really cold, it made the pain in my knees and my mobility worse. There were steps inside the house and to the front door, which were really hard for my bad knees. I have been waiting for nearly 8 years to have both my knees replaced. There were lots of other things wrong with the house that the landlord didn't fix. There were leaks, birds in the roof, faulty wiring, and mice, rat and ant infestations. It was really stressful living with these conditions, but I couldn't afford anything else, so I had to put up with it, and I didn't complain in case I got evicted. The final straw came early in 2025 when the landlord put the rent up. I just couldn't afford it and fell behind in rent. It was very stressful. I was worried that I might be evicted and there were legal actions against me. Life changed for me when I was told about Housing for the Aged Action Group. They helped me apply for social housing. I'm now living in Summerhill Village, a great cooperative housing community for older women, and I just love it. 100% I love it. It changed my life for the better in so many ways. When I moved in, I felt like I had won the lottery, and that's also 100% true. It's physically and mentally harder for older women because you're at the end of your working life and have limited mobility to sustain even part-time work or moving multiple times. There are so many older people still dealing with stresses of private rental, not able to have the sense or security I do. There are many solutions to addressing this housing crisis. What we need is the government's will to act. I hope you consider women like me who worked hard, raised families and contributed to society in this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you, for your evidence then. Thank you for bringing your experience, Ms Stevens. I wondered if you can tell us a little bit about Summerhill Village. It's a cooperative, did you say, housing co-op?
Yeah, it's managed and run by United Housing Co-op,
Right. Okay.
which I've found to be a fantastic organisation. They have instigated many activities for the women to participate in. They included in the construction of the facility or the village a multi-purpose function room so that we can have physical activities, craft afternoons, chats and coffee afternoons for the people within the village to participate in. They have organised Tai Chi instructors to come in for the residents, Zumba, which is modified for the various age groups of the women and the physical capabilities. We went earlier this year to the Melbourne Garden and Flower Show, which was a great outing, and it's just, I love it. It's just from going, being isolated to now having a social life, being involved. It's just mentally, it's changed my life. I run a walking group within the village on a Monday morning.
How has it changed the rent and your income
Now,
circumstance? If you could...
It's 25% of your income, whether you work or like myself, I'm a job seeker. So that's helped as well. Yep. Each unit has its own meter, so we build individually.
For your essential power and so on.
Yeah.
I want to come back to your submission. Thank you for all of that. You make the point in your submission that we shouldn't frame housing. The housing crisis is only an intergenerational, age-based one. And we certainly, while we're focused on that, we also recognise and have had plenty of evidence about how the housing crisis doesn't discriminate by age. And thank you for your evidence, which makes that very clear. And there's certainly a vulnerable cohort of older women in particular that your evidence also is clear about. But I want to come to your thinking about what's caused this crisis and what's your perspective about what government need to do at a larger scale to get better outcomes of the kind that Ms Stevens has talked about.
Yeah, I think there are several things that has contributed to the current crisis, and one of them is lack of investment from different levels of government, federal and state and territory governments, into public and community housing. Public and community housing as a proportion of housing stock has been declining, and I think it's sitting at about 4.1% of all housing stock. And one of our recommendations is that it should be brought up to 10% of all housing stock, because, as I mentioned, there's a large cohort of older people who are relying on age pension or job seeker payment who simply cannot afford private rental properties at the moment. Another thing that's probably contributed and currently being fixed is the tax settings that kind of accumulated wealth amongst investors, which kind of made housing property market what it is today. And the current reforms will go to a certain extent in addressing some of those. But I think the main thing is the lack of investment in public and community housing. And for older people, another thing is that there are no below market level housing options that are widely available for people with a bit of wealth to purchase. The current, some of the schemes like shared equity models don't necessarily work for older people because it's geared towards the younger cohort with a smaller deposit but higher incomes. When we've got a large group of older people, especially older women, who've got a bit of savings, so they've got a good deposit, but they simply cannot get a 30-year bank loan. And we've got multiple case studies to support that. So the government products don't necessarily reflect the needs of the current population groups, especially older people.
And what particular tools or policies or programs would you like to see to meet that need?
So, but in terms of the shared equity schemes, I think there needs to be a better targeted scheme that's supporting older people with a deposit to come to the private housing market where the government guarantees the loan, and hopefully it would be cost neutral for them because they'll have equity in the house when the person passes away or goes to aged care. They can recover that. Yep. Because getting a commercial bank loan is not possible for them. Another requirement under those shared equity schemes is that you can't be a homeowner in the past 10 years. And for people like Lynn who've been in a marriage with a property, that's not an option. So things like that the government could address. And the other thing would be the affordable housing schemes that are coming through both at federal and state level. There's no consistent definition of affordable housing across all levels. And the current affordable housing under half is tagged to market rent at 74.9%. So if you're in Sydney, when the rents are like $900 a week, it's not affordable for the cohort that we are talking about. So adjusting some of that, and our recommendation around affordable housing is that it be tagged to household income and be available for the lowest two income quintile households, so the bottom 40% of income groups.
Thank you, that's very clear. And we've had other evidence exactly in the same direction. So thank you for making that clear. You're looking for clarity about the definition of affordable, and it needs to be genuinely affordable related
and in perpetuity as well.
Explain what you mean by in perpetuity.
So in some of the affordable housing models, the developers get incentives to deliver affordable housing, but it's only for 7 years or 15 years, and then it goes back to market. So our position is if developers are getting government incentives to build affordable housing, they should remain affordable housing in perpetuity, and it shouldn't go back to market rate.
Thank you. Before I hand to Senator Taliga, is there anything you'd like to say about what you observe, either of you, about younger people and their experience in coming into the housing market now? We're not interested in an intergenerational fight about these things. We've got real disadvantage in many places. But do you have anything you would like to offer about what you see of coming generations and what's different for them?
Yes, so we absolutely agree that there's a huge housing crisis across all groups, and it's affecting different groups differently. And the federal government's investment in supporting community housing providers to deliver housing for young people on youth allowance is a very welcome development. But our position is that population is aging. So if you build housing ring-fenced for older people who are now working will be able to age into those properties. So it needs to be a pipeline of housing that's available, considering that Australia's population is aging, and pre-planning for that now. But Lynn, do you have anything to?
Yeah, I think housing such as where I live has been constructed with ageing in the consideration. Like I'm not always the best first thing in the morning, and I can use the bathroom facilities, whether it be the shower or the toilet, using my walker. If I was in a wheelchair, the same thing, because it's been constructed with wider door frames, enough space that you can turn around in. So there's been a lot of thought and thinking in the construction of the village where I live. And there's so many benefits, probably too many to list, how a community within a community can come together, work together and live coherently together, and the benefits of that I think are endless, because you've it's your forever home, and that takes the stress which can wear you down mentally and physically if you're living on that edge of like prior to HAG getting in touch with me. I was sitting there waiting for an eviction notice, and I thought, I'm going to be living in my car. And it wasn't my worry, because I thought I could deal with that, but I had animals, and that was the thing that worried me the biggest, not necessarily the thought to myself, it was my animals that worried me. And I was allowed to bring my animals to where I live now, and for me that was just huge, because an animal in someone's life they give you unconditional love in return, and that is just really comforting as you age, and they age too. So yeah.
Thank you. I live with a small dog. I'm completely sympathetic. Much more reliable than children, in fact. If I can come to you, Senator Delegar.
I've got no questions for this block, Chair. The evidence has already covered my questions, but Ms Stevens, thank you for your lived experience story today. It was very moving. And I'm also an animal person. I have 3 cats, and they keep me very busy, and their unconditional love. But look, thank you for your story. It was your bravery, and your story was very, very moving, and I really appreciate you coming to the hearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you, for being here and bringing that experience and your policy perspective to us. We really appreciate that. The committee's agreed that any responses to any questions on notice, if we could have your answers within 2 weeks of receiving a copy of the Hansard, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We might just suspend for a couple of minutes as we change witnesses. So I now invite and welcome the Chair of the Productivity Commission. Thank you for being here, Dr Wood. We really appreciate you being in person. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you.
Yes.
For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Danielle Wood, Chair of the Productivity Commission.
Thank you. And I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion, we'll lead off with some questions.
Thank you. I haven't prepared a formal statement, but I just, for the committee's benefit, wanted to note that since we put in our submission, which was focusing on the work we've done in housing in the last few years, which has been fairly limited, but it was a short piece on housing construction productivity. But since we've put that submission in, we have received a formal inquiry into housing from the government, which is looking into housing supply regulation. So we received that terms of reference on the 28th of May, and we are expecting to publish an interim report in that inquiry by the end of July.
End of July.
And a final by March next year.
Thank you. So we look forward to benefiting from that. And that will particularly focus, if I can clarify, on regulation, is that right?
That's right. So it's regulation in the sense of planning and zoning rules, approvals in all their different forms, as well as issues associated with connections to infrastructure.
And I know that work is underway and you won't tell us where you land necessarily, but is your general sense that there are some important improvements that can be achieved in this area that will make a difference to the housing crisis? No one is contesting a housing crisis terminology to us as an inquiry, but what's your sense about the possibilities there? Are they significant?
I do believe they're significant, and I think that's consistent with things that we already do have on the public record. We have stressed the importance of housing supply, and we've certainly pointed to the fact that one of the barriers to housing supply is ability to be able to build where people want to live. We have written in our work on housing construction productivity about some of the challenges with slow and complex approvals, and we've also touched in various reports around challenges with connections to infrastructure. So yes, we think there is a big opportunity. We think the report is important in pointing to some of the areas for priority.
I want to come back to supply and some other things as well, but we've had one local council appear before us, the Onkaparinga Council, the largest council area in South Australia, my state, and the mayor was very enthusiastic about developments to the south of Adelaide, a very significant area of expansion. And she felt their council had really moved on approval processes, and she was quite proud of how efficiently they did it. Is it very variable, the possibility for intervention and for seeing improvement across the country?
It does vary a lot. It is an area, as you say, where it's both local council and state governments are involved. So we do see differences at the state government level in processes, and we're seeing actually a number of states are taking this quite seriously and trying to introduce reforms. The same applies at a local council level. Yeah. Some have much more binding processes and restrictions on developments compared to other areas.
And is it big city, inner city versus region and small town, or what? Is there any generalisations you can make about the potential for change or need for change?
Not at this stage. So the report that we have coming out on housing supply regulation, we've had a fairly short period of time that we've been working on it. What we've said is after the interim report, we will start delving more granularly into some of those differences between state and local areas.
Okay. Look forward to that work. If I can just come back to the question of productivity and its relationship to housing. I spoke to a witness before we went on to transcript this morning about looking for rental properties in the Melbourne area. We've heard this morning we've got a very rapid increase in rental property prices across the country, 6% over the last year, and a really, really serious vacancy problem everywhere in country towns and big cities as well. And this witness spoke of visiting 50 properties in Melbourne before they found a rental that they were successful in achieving. I'm just wondering what your observations are about the impact on productivity generally of a housing crisis. We've had evidence about sticky labour markets because people can't get a house where they want it, an enormous amount of time finding rentals in that example, and a very big burden on mental, physical health from the impacts of the crisis, and certainly impacts on participation in the labour market not just for young people but for older people as well. What observations would you make about productivity and a housing crisis as we're experiencing?
Look, certainly something that concerns me about the challenges in housing affordability is the impact on the sort of labour markets and the dynamism of our cities. So I describe cities as these sort of productivity engines that bring together people and jobs. And in a world where people, and particularly young people, can't afford to live close to those jobs, they have worse labour market outcomes. But as a country, we lose the benefits of those spillovers, that having those people there close to others, sharing ideas. So it goes to things like innovation, it goes to just the broader productivity of our industries, as well as just the negative impacts on those individuals that can't afford to live near those well-paid jobs.
What about the issue of extended commutes and what impact that has on productivity? We had quite a bit of evidence about the trade-offs that workers are having to make between time and money, and particularly, of course, for some of our essential workers who have to make that trade-off very carefully because they need to be at work quickly in many cases, can't live a long way from their jobs. What about the productivity impacts of those? Certainly some people doing very long commutes.
That's right. Well, I mean, I think we can think of it in a productivity sense that a lot of that commuting time is sort of dead time. It's not valuable to the individual, it's not valuable to the broader economy, and in fact, to the extent it's contributing to congestion, it's negative to the broader economy. So that is one of the concerns that we have raised. It's not just supply, it's also supply near jobs, near amenities where people want to live. So to the extent that we are kind of pushing people into longer commutes, that will have broader drag on the economy. It also, as I think you said at the start, can have impacts on participation. I haven't seen studies on this for a while, I should say, but I have seen studies in the past suggesting it particularly impacts participation of second earners, which tend to be women, because they might not need to be, closer for school pickups or if a child is sick, and that constrains then the sort of set of jobs that they can have. There's sort of a spatial leash effect that happens. Exactly.
So in a city like Melbourne, a woman who trains as a lawyer, for example, who can't get accommodation for her family within reasonable distance from the inner city, finds themselves living a long way out of town, using a childcare centre, and feels they cannot use their legal skills and find themselves in hospitality. That's what you're describing as a spatial leash?
That's right. So they will tend to be looking for a job within a certain proximity of that school or childcare centre, which very much constrains a set of job possibilities.
So we often see the housing crisis framed in terms of the personal cost, the incredible stress for not just young people, but a lot of people. But there really is a significant economic cost. Are we having a look at the economic cost of that? Is there a way of quantifying that? How significant is it?
We haven't formally quantified it. I haven't seen attempts to quantify it in the aggregate, but I have certainly seen discussions pointing to some of the themes that we've touched on. So the impact on the functioning of cities and agglomeration benefits, capacity for innovation, those types of issues are certainly well understood in the literature, but I haven't seen anyone be brave enough to attempt to put a sort of number on it.
In the document you did provide as a submission, you have a really interesting figure. It's figure 1, which is the generation on generation income growth and how it has stalled. And you make, and I'll quote from the report, the intergenerational bargain is fraying. That is the bargain that each generation will be better off than the one before. You go on to say outcomes for today's young people are not improving like they have in the past. A person in their 30s now is earning roughly the same amount as someone in their 30s 10 years ago, adjusted for inflation. In other words, those born in the 1990s are the first cohort to have experienced almost no growth in incomes compared to those born a decade earlier at the same age. This is really an interesting piece of data for us. It doesn't go to housing, but it goes to income. Do you want to say something about how significant that data and that figure is?
I mean, it's certainly one of the figures that keeps me up at night, and that's because, I think we have become accustomed to, and we should want as a nation, that each generation, at least on average, is better off than the last. We try and leave the country a better place for those that come after us. That sort of generation progress in income growth that you can see in that figure reflects the fact that we've had productivity growth and wages growth across many decades. What we are picking up with that cohort born in the 1990s, they hit the labour market mid last decade when productivity growth was slowing, wages growth has been pretty stagnant, and so that's why we kind of haven't seen that progress. But it is significant. It's not set in stone. That can turn around if we have healthier productivity growth, healthier income growth. That group will be a beneficiary, as will those that come later. But certainly, it does concern me that sort of expectation that I think we should have of generation progress, we haven't seen for that cohort.
I certainly grew up with that expectation, but my kids are in that cohort and they don't.
Yeah.
So we're looking at an income stalling as opposed to generational improvement on the income side. On the other side of it, of course, we've got new data today, which is rent increases of 6% over the past year across our country, regionally and in our cities, and data the day before of a 5% real fall in wages. So we're a country now, would you agree, that are caught in a wages rent squeeze, one going the wrong way down and the other going up very fast, with a third of Australians now renting?
And certainly numbers of incomes going backwards and rents going up by that amount are concerning, absolutely.
In your previous role at the Grattan Institute argued when you were there that improving housing affordability required both supply reform and demand-side reform on taxes, including changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. You focus now at the Productivity Commission as chair really much more, it seems to me, on the supply side. What's your thinking about the role of demand and tax policy as well?
The Commission, as you kind of rightly point out, has been focused on the supply side, and we have the very significant piece of work going on the supply side. So, it's from a PC perspective, we think that's where the bulk of the action is. And frankly, that's consistent with what we said when I was at Grattan as well, which is demand side matters. Tax changes can make some difference, although we did say it was relatively modest, but we tended to stress the importance of supply side reforms.
So what's your thinking now about supply? Is it any supply? Because we've had quite a lot of evidence to us that it's a very segmented market, and that affordability certainly, and people in need of housing assistance, public housing, community housing, are really suffering in terms of increases in costs and lack of availability. What's your thinking about the complexity under that word supply?
So the focus of the work that we have done and are doing is the sort of making it easier to build. So that that tends to be private market, although we'll pick up obviously benefits for community housing providers and others as well. In the past, such as the review of the housing and homelessness agreement that we did a number of years ago, we talked about the importance and role of social housing, and obviously there is an important role there for government in supporting those who are most vulnerable to get a roof over their head.
So do you think just on the demand side, do you think the tax settings are now appropriate? What's your thinking about tax and demand? Because we've still got quite a significant, of course, in recent times, investment demand. What's your thinking about that?
We just haven't done analysis on that sort of calibration.
Okay, I might go to Senator De Liga and then Senator Bragg.
I'm happy if Andrew wants to go first, mate.
Okay, sure. Senator Bragg, thank you.
Well, look, thanks very much for being there. I guess at an overarching level, after 4 years of this government, I'm asking myself, well, what kind of progress has been made to enhance housing productivity. According to all your reports and all the research, housing productivity is not going well. What do you think now, at this stage, are the 2 or 3 major levers that the Commonwealth Government can pull to improve housing productivity?
One of them... Well, first of all, let me say, we have said for a long time that we thought it was a good idea for the Commonwealth Government to create incentives for the states to engage in supply-side reforms. A lot of the big levers do sit with state and local government, as we've just discussed. Yeah. And so the housing accord, the new infrastructure fund, which is tied to those types of reforms, I think is very sensible. I think it's a good thing that we have Commonwealth Government trying to incentivise state governments to do this, and we are actually seeing some movement at a state level, which I think is worth recognising. So the report that we are now doing is sort of trying to set out what amongst those supply-side reforms are the kind of next priorities. So I think it is appropriate that Commonwealth retains a role here, trying to incentivise the states, and we're trying to point to the things that will make the biggest difference. So I think that's probably the key role. There may be other roles in the kind of infrastructure connection, hold-up challenge, and Commonwealth has kind of come in and out of that. And then there's obviously the role that they're playing in the sort of social housing space that we've touched on as well.
So the ABS say that construction labour productivity fell again last year by 2.9%. In the context of the big build and all the corruption in this sector and the CFMEU still being in business, what can be done to help labour productivity? Because the government is, for better or worse, spending a lot of money on housing. And my concern is we're spending a lot of money, but we're getting less stuff as a result. So is there anything that can be done? What are your thoughts on this labour productivity issue, and what could be done to help that?
When we looked at that productivity data, as you pointed out, and it is fairly bleak, it is not ever good to see productivity going backwards in a sector, particularly over an extended period of time. The causes of it are complex, as we pointed to in the report. Some of it is just the approvals and all the challenges with getting things built that we've been talking about and that we're doing further work on. It's a sector where we don't see a lot of innovation. And as you know, in lots of parts of the economy, it's really kind of technology and the technology frontier that tends to drive productivity over time. There have been developments in things like prefabricated housing, in things like digital tools around design and building, but take-up has been slow. Some of that is cultural, but some of that has been regulatory, and it's pleasing to see some of those regulatory barriers being addressed. It's an industry where you don't have much scale. I was very surprised to see such small firm sizes. So I think the average housing construction firm is 1.5 people. And so some of the kind of economies that you get in other sectors are not there. And then there are general challenges in workforce. IR, you've pointed to, it's not something we have looked at in detail, but it came up in some of our consultations as a challenge, particularly for high-rise development, less of an issue. You don't tend to have union activity in the lower-rise building, but also challenges in trades, barriers to entry into various trades, challenges in mobility across states. So it's not a simple picture. There's a whole range of things that feed in, some of which are responsive to policy, some of which are just more about the sort of nature of the sector itself.
You have said in some of your reports that there are issues with the CFMEU in relation to the number of enforcement actions that have been taken in terms of bigger projects. So it is a factor, isn't it?
It can be a factor. I certainly believe from consultation that it can play a role, but it's certainly not the only factor. And I say that because we do see a similar challenge in productivity in low-rise building as well.
I understand it. It's a factor that this government hasn't done much with, but that's a comment, not a question. So then go to the red tape issue. So I've seen a lot of your good work on this front. So in terms of the red tape and the National Construction Code being the principal, I mean, it's a bit like, federal politicians can complain about the states and waste years of potentially the best years of their working life, perhaps. And it's like complaining about the Swiss Alps. So if we focus on what we can control in terms of the National Construction Code, which the Commonwealth does lead, that does appear to me to have been a good idea, which started out as a pretty simple sort of document, which then a lot of vested interests, I should say, to be specific, have been able to stick their nose into. And it has become voluminous, hard to read if you're a practitioner. And I guess I just take the view as a non-builder, as a former accountant, that it's probably not a good idea that a builder wouldn't ever be able to actually read the building code because it's too long. So what do you think can be done in relation to this construction code?
I mean, we certainly share some of those concerns and raise them in the construction productivity report. We pointed to a few areas, and I do note the government has a review underway, which I think is looking at this really systematically, and that is a good thing. It seemed to us a concern just that it was sort of required to be updated on a certain timetables. I think it was every 3 years. Kind of regardless of whether you needed to, there was sort of new bits added all the time. We were concerned that a number of fairly significant changes had been introduced that didn't pass the normal sort of benefit cost test through the the impact assessment process, but it had been added anyway. There is the fragmentation, different states, despite the fact it's a national code, and there will be occasional needs for variation because of different climatic conditions, etc. It has gone well beyond that, and we see a lot of variation in the way that different states are implementing the code. And so we...
Sorry to stop you there, but it sounds like it's something that's just run its own race, that no one has really loved enough to push it back into the sort of shape it should be, that it's just almost like in an episode of Yes Minister, it's just sort of run its own race.
I mean, I think that probably ends up being the case with a lot of regulatory regimes. You sort of tend to add over time rather than subtract. I think it's a good thing that the government is doing a review. We recommended a review. Sure. We have spoken to that review team. I think they're doing a pretty systematic look at it, and I think that's very welcome.
Okay. In relation to migration and the building challenge, so I'm sure we're on a unity ticket here that we need to bring in more skilled trades.
Certainly the sort of supply of skilled trades is one of the constraints on building more.
Yeah. Then on taxation, is there, I mean, at the moment, the average sort of new build in Australia looks like it attracts about 50% of the cost going to government charges, fees and taxes. It's heavily taxed. So is there a case for more or less taxation in the housing sector, do you think?
As I said, it's not something that we have looked at. We are looking at the questions of developer contributions in the context of the broader piece we're doing on regulation and supply. That's specifically asked for in our terms of reference. So we will be looking at that kind of component of cost.
Well, I mean, I would have thought we would just want to have as many buildings as we could possibly get right now. That would be my sense. And that if, for example, the Victorian government have a tax which disincentivises foreign investors from providing housing stock, that would actually be not a good thing, because we're not given we're in a housing crisis, we just want to have the houses built.
So certainly very pro building more. I mean, my experience in tax is you've got to kind of assess each different tax on its merits, and there'll be costs and benefits of any tax. And as I said, I haven't done work on that particular tax or other aspects of tax other than developer contributions.
But surely the Commission would have a view about the level of taxation in housing. I mean, I wouldn't have thought it'd be a technical question, really. Housing appears to me to be a very, very heavily taxed concept.
Look, as I said, we haven't done. Don't comment on tax without having done the work. Is I think a good principle to hold on to.
So then, what about rents then? I mean, we're seeing rents already going up. Is this just the inevitable result of having the population grow by 2 million over the last 3-4 years, and having seen housing construction collapse by 30,000 on average a year?
I mean, rents are set in a market. Supply and demand factors determine that outcome. It's one of the reasons we are very focused on supply. It's not just about helping young people buy a house, it's also rental affordability.
Because from a productivity point of view, in terms of an efficiency, in terms of the Commonwealth government spend, I mean, the government will brag every day in Parliament and everywhere they can about their spending. I think the number they use is $47 billion on housing, but we're getting 30,000 fewer houses than we were getting under the last government. So something very wrong is going on here, because if the Commonwealth is true and accurate in that it is spending billions of dollars more, then we're getting vastly fewer houses. So the system appears to be very, very sick, doesn't it?
There's obviously a range of different forces that happen in the market as well, which are outside the government's control. So since the Housing Accord was introduced, as I said, I think there have been some positive moves by state governments doing things that will, in the long run, increase supply. That doesn't necessarily translate immediately, particularly when construction costs are high or interest rates are high. There are other things that kind of go into the feasibility of development, which can have an impact on housing in the short term. But I think it is certainly a positive that we're seeing some of those moves that should boost supply relative to the counterfactual over time.
Because the way I look at it at the moment is you've got high levels of inflation, or higher levels than we've had in the past. You've got low productivity or negative productivity in the case of this sector. So the fundamentals, at least in the immediate term, are not too good, are they?
We'd certainly like to see them be better. It's a real challenge.
Yeah, look, thanks for all your work you're doing there. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And we look forward to putting that supply report out into the world, and no doubt discussing it with you in different contexts further.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator De Liga.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for coming along today. Just a couple of questions from me. The government's National Housing Accord set an ambitious target of delivering that 1.2 million new homes. Would you agree that improving the housing construction productivity is essential if that target is to be achieved?
You'd certainly need to have a big step up from the current trajectory to meet that target. And so, yes, I think you would, you'd have to build more than you are currently building, and in the time frame that would mean an improvement in the productivity.
For sure, and your submission does outline and identifies planning delays and slow approvals as the major barriers to the supply. Can you explain how streamlining these processes would complement the government's existing housing initiatives?
So we certainly point to the fact that it's one of the factors is it just takes longer to build, and a key reason seems to be the number, the complexity, the kind of overlapping nature of approvals. And the challenge with housing is it can create these sort of cascading delays if you're waiting on one particular approval and your trade's not there. And it's a sequencing challenge as much as anything. So we've argued to try and streamline that as much as possible. Some states have taken approaches, for example, like SARA in Queensland. I'm trying to think what it stands for, but it's a coordination body that essentially tries to help developers and builders navigate through that process and unstick things where certain approvals become stuck, and it seems to be pretty well regarded by the sector. So those types of innovations, process innovations, can help speed up time to delivery. What that does is mean that you can build the houses faster, but it can also improve the feasibility of development and make it more attractive to supply more.
Thank you. And what would you say could be the most practical actions that the Commonwealth could take to build on the existing housing agenda and improve that construction productivity?
So I think there's a number of things. I think, as I said, we're doing this work on the sort of key regulatory and infrastructure impediments, and that sits with that, I think, for the Commonwealth is how might they design schemes that continue to incentivise state and local governments to move on those fronts, or help defray the costs where new infrastructure is required. I think the work on the construction code that we've just pointed to is really important. So the review matters, but then going on and delivering on the recommendations from that review. I think working on impediments and entry barriers into trades is another important area, which can be around migration settings. It's also around the kind of occupational licensing regimes that exist. So there's a few different fronts, I think, where there is scope for the Commonwealth to play a role.
Excellent. All right. Look, thank you for answering those questions, and thanks for appearing today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeLega. I've got a few more questions, if I may. I want to go to your submission, and you agree with much of the evidence we've received about it becoming harder to get on the property ladder for younger people and increasingly expensive to service a mortgage. You say that on page 2, and then go to the declining rate of home ownership. In the early 80s, 70% of those in their early 30s owned their own home. Share now has slumped to 50%. And similarly, when we look at renting, the share of renters has doubled over the past 40 years. I'm wondering what your perspective or your views are about those shifts and their impact on productivity. Does increasing precarity in housing for this generation, for more recent generations, is that something that we should be concerned about? Is it a real phenomenon? What's the relationship of housing insecurity and less housing certainty on productivity?
I suspect if you're talking about sort of specifically the precarity point, it's probably around the capacity to engage in a community, invest in a job, those kind of questions. So if you don't have a sort of security of tenure, it might be harder to find and keep a job. That goes to, and then lots of challenges with children in schools and all the other things that go around that as well. And that goes to people's kind of human capital, their ability to kind of build up skills and use those skills to the best of their ability. So I think it probably has it's not a direct impact as such, but that could be a sort of a broader economic implication of having people not be able to sort of have confidence that they're going to stay in any location for a period of time.
And it was really belief, was it not, in the strength of that relationship that led a government like the Playford government in South Australia to put housing directly alongside significant industrial expansion, for example, around car plants, around steel plants. We don't do that now. in that, well, we don't do it at all, actually. We have, your own data says and shows that in the last year, 24-25, our investment, for example, in social housing, I'm trying to find the figures in front of me, actually fell. I'm looking at your data. So, you know, we're actually not doing what previous governments have thought was an important investment. I'm looking, sorry, the data, just to be clear, your Productivity Commission report on government services 2026 showed that between 24 and 25 there was a decline in total social housing, public and community housing stock in Australia. Data pack showed the stock declined by 240 units from 432,396 to 432,129. So we're actually not only not doing what Thomas Playford and many other state and federal leaders did, we're actually going backwards.
Just very briefly on that data, there was an update in our mid-year update. It has gone from a decline to a small increase, and that is because of the update to the Indigenous community housing.
Can you give
numbers.
us that latest figure, just so we know how big the update was?
It is 56.
56 units. Between what period?
Between 2024 and 2025.
2024 and 2020.
That is the total increase across the different categories. Public
across
housing.
our whole country, we have a growth in 56 units in social and public, public and community housing. Is that correct?
Public housing, state-owned and managed Indigenous housing, community housing, and Indigenous community housing. That's
so
right.
all of it. Yeah. Okay, hardly a sign of the kind of investment that previous governments have made on the assumption that decent housing for workers and communities was associated with economic benefit.
So that's right. That's the figures, which include obviously the efforts of state and territory governments in this space as well. I mean, I think the point I was making on tenure applies equally in the kind of broader private market sense as well. We're making it harder for people to, like across the board, to live close to jobs. And, you know, it's very acute in somewhere like Sydney, where we see a sort of outflow of young people, outflow of lower income people. You know, social housing's always been a smaller aspect, but it's about supporting the most vulnerable.
What do you see as the relationship between growing inequality and productivity outcomes?
I mean, I would try and be careful when we're talking about growing inequality. Sort of overall income inequality hasn't shifted that much since the sort of 90s, other than sort of a COVID
Inequality
blip.
Hasn't shifted since the 1990s, is that what you're saying?
Income, if I'm just looking at a sort of Gini coefficient type analysis, wealth inequality has increased somewhat. Again, I don't think there is a direct link to productivity, but I'm sure there's sort of indirect ways that will flow through.
Okay. Do you have any data on social housing and what it would take to get us back to a 1990s level, for example, of social housing as a proportion of the housing stock?
No, we haven't. I mean, we do the report on government services, or we're the secretariat for the report on government services, so we present those numbers, but we haven't done any policy work on social housing since we did the review of the housing and homelessness agreement a number of years ago.
So in June 2018, you released a report, the Commission released a report called Competition in the Australian Financial System, and in that, on page 33, there was a graph that showed the change in the share of total lending between business lending, owner-occupier housing lending and investor housing lending between 1990 and 2017. I'm wondering if on notice we could see whether you can provide us with an updated version of that data. I think it would be of interest to this committee. And of course, at that time, the graph showed that over time business lending was decreased, owner-occupier lending stayed roughly the same, investor lending increased very significantly. Why do you think that investor lending increased, and how do you see that relationship to house prices?
not sure I have seen that chart before, but that sort of accords with my expectations of what happened over that period. Why did investor lending increase?
Why were we seeing that 1990 through to 2017?
I mean, there was certainly in that period has been really the kind of period where house prices took off relative to income. And obviously that relationship can go both ways. It could be an increase in activity that's partly driving higher prices, but I think there was perhaps greater expectation by investors of capital gains, which made it an attractive market to move into. There may be some things around lending rules as well. I'm not across it enough to know.
Thank you for that. Do you have a view on the current state and adequacy of social housing in relation to the economy and productivity?
No, we haven't. As I said, we haven't looked at that for a number of years, so I'm not able to comment on that.
So you don't want to make a comment on whether we're investing enough in social housing, giving these figures of a 54 unit growth in the most recent period?
I would have to understand the broader context, and I just don't want to make a statement to that effect.
Okay, I think that's my questions pretty well done, and I assume my other senators would be making a noise if they had views. So I thank you very much for your appearance today, and invite you, if you have taken any questions on us. I think you did. I've just asked one.
Yep.
Thank you. If you're able to get your response back to us within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and we look forward to the future work that comes out of the Productivity Commission that's relevant to our charter.
Fantastic.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Senator.
Commissioner.
Thanks to the other senators.
We'll just suspend for a few minutes. Where are we up to? Oh, we're on a break. Suspend for 15?
Unless we can find
Welcome representatives from the Consumer Policy Research Centre online and from Mortgage Stress Victoria in the room. Thank you all for being here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. You all have that. Great. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? If you'd like to start, Ms Harrison.
My name is Nadia Harrison. I'm the CEO of Mortgage Stress Victoria.
Great.
Erin Turner. I'm the CEO of the Consumer Policy Research Centre.
And Sarah Penkridge. I'm the Senior Research and Policy Advisor at Consumer Policy Research Centre.
Great. Thank you. And I now invite each organisation to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of remarks, we will proceed to questions. Who would like to start?
I'll start briefly.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. So the Consumer Policy Research Centre, or CPRC, is an independent not-for-profit. We conduct research to understand how to create fairer markets. And part of our research focus is on how rental and finance markets work and their impact on people. Australia relies on private markets to provide, or at least support, most of our housing. From the private finance sector providing mortgages to private landlords who provide most of our rental stock. One core problem we see across our work is that private companies involved in housing are less regulated than other essential services. There are fewer expectations on them to provide good quality, fair, or affordable services. And this means that too many young Australians, including people with young families, are in insecure or unsafe housing, especially in private rental markets. As a comparison, think of an energy market. It's imperfect how we regulate them, but private companies in energy markets have clear requirements for how they treat their customers. If a person is experiencing financial hardship and can't pay their energy bills, they can access payment plans. They're supported and protected against disconnection. In the water sector, we have strict water quality and safety standards and clear regulatory frameworks. This level of protection just isn't available in private housing markets, even though housing is our most essential service. If you can't afford your rent, there's no hardship protections. If your rental home is unsafe, if there's a hole in the roof or the bathroom's covered in mould, there might be rules in your state and territory about minimum standards, but they're very hard to enforce. And finally, if you're looking to get your first home loan, you've got few options about the type of loan you'll get. Unlike in many other countries, there's no government support that makes long-term fixed-rate home loans possible. This means that mortgage holders are unable to predict how much their home will cost them beyond a very short period of time. We want private markets to be well regulated, to deliver safe, secure and affordable housing. As you know, the levers for better housing are shared between levels of government. At the federal government level, we think there's 3 actions that would most help make housing better for everyone, including young Australians. The 3 I'd like to call out are: first, action to make mortgages cheaper and fairer, including exploring how the federal government can encourage long-term fixed investment rate products like we see across Europe and the Americas. Better mortgages will offer borrowers price predictability for their housing. The second action is to fix lenders' mortgage insurance. This is the only insurance I'm aware of where a consumer pays, but they get no benefit or protection. It covers the bank. This sector needs much greater scrutiny. We need to understand how big it is, how many people are actually relying on it or claiming on it, and really test if that product is still needed, if that cost is still needed to be put on borrowers. And finally, we think you could take action within federal government powers to improve renting by making sure that people borrowing for an investment property can actually afford to maintain and repair that property. If someone can't afford to fix an oven when it breaks, they should not be able to borrow as an investor. More Australians are taking on larger mortgages or they're renting long term. Addressing intergenerational housing inequity requires governments to regulate housing like it's an essential service. Thank you.
Well, that was a model presentation, I have to say. Clarity about the problem and 3 specific solutions. You're doing our work for us. Thank you. Let's move to Ms Harrison. Is that who?
Yes.
Yep, great.
Thank you very much. I'm here representing Mortgage Stress Victoria, as I said, a Victorian government-funded community legal centre. We support Victorians experiencing mortgage stress to maintain stable housing through an integrated practice model that brings together legal, advocacy, financial counselling and social work. In February of this year, demand for our services spiked, and since then monthly demand has been around 25% more than the average month in 2025. Due to that demand, we target our services to low-income households and people affected by family violence. Australian homeowners now, with a mortgage, are under serious financial pressure, with almost half, 45%, spending more than a third of disposable income on mortgage repayments in the 2025 financial year. Household debt as a proportion of disposable income has more than doubled in a generation, and mortgage stress is now the leading reason that people seek help through the National Debt Helpline. At the same time, renting is no longer a reliable fallback, with capital city rents at record highs nationally. Being forced to sell your home can lead to housing insecurity or homelessness. Mortgage Stress Victoria supports households on fixed or low income struggling to meet mortgage repayments. When interest rates fluctuate, our clients, and indeed all Australians with a mortgage, act as shock absorbers for financial risk. It does not have to be this way. Homeowners with a mortgage are bearing the brunt of the economy-wide fight against inflation, and the impacts as a proportion of overall earnings are greater for low-income Australians like our clients. Another driver for the Broken Mortgages Market report, which we've done in collaboration with the CPRC, was the fact that Mortgage Stress Victoria caseworkers frankly got tired of seeing wildly different responses from lenders to the same or very similar hardship circumstances and hardship requests. Currently, we have a lender's lottery in the home loan market. Who you bank with determines the rights and protections that are available to you and the support that you can expect when you reach out for help. Private lenders, such as the non-banks, the smaller lenders, are not required to meet the same standards as mainstream banks. It shouldn't be that way. Banks should not be competing on their hardship response. A mandatory Australian Mortgages Charter, which incorporates the highest hardship standards and mandatory AFCA membership, should apply to all residentially secured lending, including small business lending. In practice, those higher risk, lower income borrowers are most likely to need hardship protections and supports, are also most likely to bank with the lenders who offer the weakest protections. It's a regulatory absurdity. The government can act now to fix this anomaly through a mandatory Australian Mortgages Charter. At Mortgage Stress Victoria, we regularly see low-income people trapped on expensive loans as mortgage prisoners. They cannot switch to a better offer because of their risk profile and/or their poor credit score. And given that the lender is often aware of the limited options available to the borrower, there's limited competitive pressure facing those lenders to offer a lower rate or price. Variable mortgage products which require lenders to charge with reference to the bank's cost of doing business, for example, a tracker mortgage like exists in the United Kingdom, would reduce the loyalty tax and also assist mortgage prisoners who cannot switch. Australia has the capacity to do better for Australian homeowners to ensure that they can get access to fairer, cheaper mortgages and improve the likelihood that once they have broken into the housing market, they can keep their home. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms Harrison. Once again, thank you for such a clear introduction with clear suggestions about how to move forward. I'll ask a couple of questions of each of you and then go to other senators. You make a very strong argument about how other markets that offer essential products, and as I was listening to you, I was thinking about the education market or system, and health similarly, very regulated with protections for the consumer, quality agencies established to ensure that quality is not only set at a certain level but then enforced at a certain level. If we think about essential services, education, health, housing is certainly up there, and you've used the example of water and energy. Why are we in this situation? What's the historic explanation for housing being treated so differently despite its critical role in a decent life?
That is a wonderful question, Senator, and I suspect there's many answers to it. One thing that I observe, we work across state and federal government, and sometimes this is a really disconnected conversation, particularly thinking about the protections in rental housing. They all sit at a state level. But when we look, the housing market is so connected. If you change something in renting, it often influences investor behavior or how motivated people are to buy. It's a very connected problem, and it's hard to coordinate across different levels of government. I think there's also been an assumption that, particularly for renting, that it's a phase. It's something you might do when you're younger, and maybe it's okay that the standards are a bit lower. If that ever was true, I don't think it's been true for a lot of Australians on low incomes. It's definitely not true now. There are so many young and frankly middle-aged Australians that will be renters for life. And it's why it's so important that we get those standards strong. We need really strong protections, but we also need great monitoring and enforcement. So it's not up to the individuals to enforce their rights there.
Thank you. You talk about 3 solutions. Let's talk about the first one, which was about having products that have more long-term predictability and cheaper, especially for first home buyers. Can you say a little bit more about that, how it would work? Does it work in other places? And why wouldn't we? What will be the impediments to moving to it? Clearly bank profits might be part of that story.
Yes, look, our banks are doing well internationally. That is part of this problem. So in partnership with Mortgage Trust Victoria, CPRC looked at how mortgages work across the world, from South Korea to Canada, across Europe to the US. And what we found that is Australia and New Zealand, to be fair, we're outliers. We are much more likely to have variable home loans. The best data we have, the most recent data, is from September 2024. And based on the value of loans out there, 97% of Australian home loans were variable. They move month to month, or they move based on rate changes. Typically, they are actually, to borrow the words of an Australian academic, variable at the bank's discretion home loans. Interest rates for home loans move when banks choose to move them. Most other countries have much more predictability in their home loan market. They have the option for most borrowers to get a longer term fixed rate model. And it means that, unlike in Australia, their borrowers aren't on the edge of their seat on that special Tuesday in any month, waiting for the Reserve Bank to make a decision. A lot of borrowers wouldn't even know who their Reserve Bank is, unlike in Australia. We have really anxious borrowers because of our system. We're all on edge, unable to know how much our home loan will cost us in 3 months, let alone 3 years or 30 years. But in places like Europe, a 30-year fixed rate home loan is incredibly common. Similarly, in South Korea, there are targeted home loans that can run for up to 50 years. They have a government-run program where, for people on low incomes, newlyweds, single parents, they can access a government-supported loan at a very low fixed rate for between 20 to 50 years. And across the US and Canada, between 10 to 30-year fixed rate home loans are really common. The lesson we observed in looking across markets is that there's lots of different ways to finance long-term fixed rate home loans, but it will only happen if a government steps up and gets involved in the design of those products. That could be in partnership with industry. Often it is. Sometimes it's direct provision, like the South Korean example. But in each market where we've seen that affordability and predictability in the loan market, the government's played a leadership role in saying, actually, our borrowers deserve that predictability and we're going to work to design it. That's what we're missing in Australia.
Can I ask, in those countries that have such a long-term product with a fixed loan, what proportion of the population is accessing them at any point in time? Is it quite a modest proportion, 15%? Is it 30%? Because there is a risk and a cost in there potentially if the cost of money goes up, that presumably the government needs to be ready to absorb.
It really varies. In some places like the US, a fixed rate home loan is the default. Most borrowers will be on it. South Korea is a very targeted program. So they've capped the number of people who can get those home loans, and you've got to meet strict criteria. It's direct government provision. The question is, how do you fund it and how do you reduce that risk? So one thing we observed in this, and the Reserve Bank has some great data, it's referred to in our report, is Australia has quite an immature bond market. There's not many sources of stable long-term fixed rate funding that allows that long-term fixed rate borrowing. Some countries use bond markets, some use securitization models. That's common in Canada and the US. A government agency essentially takes the risk from banks and absorbs it and turns that into an investment product. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are common institution terms that many people are familiar with. And that's how they're managing that risk. They're either absorbing it as a government or a government provided entity. They're looking to the bond market, but they found smart ways to unlock the possibility of long-term fixed rate mortgage products. Australia could look at any of these models and adapt them or find a unique way to do it themselves. Where we've got to is that it's going to involve Australian government leadership. Our recommendation in our report is that we set up a year-long dedicated independent inquiry with the right economic and modelling expertise in it to look at how, should Australia borrow the Danish model or the South Korean or the US model or something uniquely different? But what would it take to unlock this in Australia? That's what we need an inquiry to focus on.
So on notice, I wonder if you could provide to us any reports you've written which have evaluated that international evidence. I think your other two recommendations are very straightforward, obviously fixing the mortgage lending insurance model and improving arrangements for renters in ways that require investors to be able to maintain the property. I wonder if I can come to you, Ms. Harrison. You spoke about solutions also, but I wonder if you can just, you said that mortgage stress has really increased in the proportion of people who are suffering from it. And can you tell us a little more about those first home buyers and lower income households, how they are showing up in your data?
Yeah, absolutely. So Mortgage Stress Victoria is quite an intensive service. We provide wraparound supports and we're targeting our service to low-income people and victim survivors of family violence. What we see overwhelmingly and quite sadly for the people who seek out our support is that they don't have a lot of options in the market. Anyone that's a regular reader of the Australian Financial Review, for example, will be used to hearing reports of how hyper-competitive Australia's mortgage market is, and in fact how lucky we are to have such fierce competition. That's certainly the case for high-income people or even higher than average income people who are actively sought out by brokers for their custom and who are attractive prospects for the banks. What we see is a spiralling or self-perpetuating circumstance of disadvantage for the clients that we service. They're low income mostly. As a result of that, they're assessed as having a higher risk rating. They're likely to be paying a higher interest rate as a result of that. If they've been involved in any defaults or arrears in the past, they will have a poorer credit score. The banks obviously have access to all of that information, which is a fantastic opportunity for the banks to price discriminate. It sounds like a loaded word, but that's really what those credit ratings allow them to do. And what that means is that if you are doing it tough and you have fallen into arrears in the past, you're not going to be in a position to actively switch. It's going to be much harder for you to do that. And that's where this conversation, we can put a human face to this conversation about mortgage prisoners. Not only are they lacking options and likely to be able to have to pay that higher price, as I said earlier, they're more likely to be banking with those non-bank lenders that aren't subject to the same regulatory rules as the big banks are. And that's where government intervention just seems really like, Erin and I call it the low-hanging fruit of the report, to say that hardship protections should apply uniformly to all home loan lending. I mean, what's the point in having hardship protections if it doesn't support the people who are doing it really tough, struggling through with those non-bank lenders? So we're looking for that as a reform.
And are the big banks in support of that? It would seem a level playing field would be in their interest. What's standing in the way of this happening?
I think, we're relatively early on our journey in pushing this agenda. I think I agree with you. It's a bit of a no-brainer. We're having productive conversations with Dr. Molino's office, and we're optimistic that over time this reform could happen. Yeah.
Excellent. I'll go to other senators for questions. Senator Bragg, if you're there, do you have questions? No. And Senator Ligo similarly. Well, I've got a couple more, so if I may come back to them. What impacts are you seeing in the mortgage stress area, Ms Harrison, in relation to stress and mental health and impacts on people of the kind of consequence of mortgage stress? And how's it changed?
So there's a well-established link between mental health challenges, family violence and financial insecurity. We see that absolutely in the client cohort that we're supporting and in their day-to-day experience. 40% of our clients are victim survivors of family violence. Unfortunately, it's not terribly uncommon for our social work staff to be supporting people with those really, really challenging mental health conversations that sometimes can include even suicide ideation. The challenge is that I think sometimes people internalise these pressures and assume that they're to blame. We see that particularly in the called communities that we support. I mean, frankly, it can happen to anyone, but we see particularly high levels of social pressure in multicultural communities, aspirational communities who've come to Australia to give their children a better life, and sometimes can really feel that deeply when things don't go well and they find themselves struggling to pay the mortgage and keep a roof over their family's head.
Mm-hmm. And increasing levels of that stress you are witnessing with rising interest rates over the past year. Is that the case? Yeah.
Certainly more demand, more of it. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Coming back to your suggestions in relation to renters, Ms Pankridge, if you can give us a little bit more detail about what you would like to see for renters.
Thanks, Senator. I think there's a couple of things. I think regulating or creating some kind of mechanism around the way that rent increases are calculated, while at the state level, if there was some kind of national formula so that renters had some kind of certainty in the costs that they can expect. I guess having that consistency across the country, but also there's no specific required way for a rent increase to be calculated. It's sort of up to the market rate, which can be very obscure and just doesn't provide that certainty. I think that's one thing. The other, to come back to our point around lending obligations, I think there's that point. Our research consistently shows that there are many landlords that are ill-equipped to afford maintenance and repairs that they can expect will happen for a home, which is an essential service. It's a home. So I think that ASIC's regulatory guidance really needs to be updated so that lenders are considering someone who's applying for an investment loan, whether or not they can afford those maintenance and repair requests, as well as at the moment, ASIC looks at the outgoing someone can expect, but there's no specific mention on that property maintenance and upkeep, which is so important to someone's experience in their home.
I wonder if you have anything you can add about the specific model for managing rent increases. Have you got particular ideas? Sorry.
Yeah, we think it needs some further work. We think that it needs to be tied to some kind of external mechanism. So like CPI is one. I think the key to it is there just needs to be some kind of formula that both renters and landlords and agents as well can all use. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but it needs to be some kind of external metric so that everyone's on the same page.
So if on notice you've got any further commentary you want to make in relation to renting, we'd be very keen to hear it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, look, I think that's our questions covered. Thanks for the clarity of your submissions and your words here today. Much appreciated. And if we've asked for further information, if you could get it to us within 2 weeks of you receiving the Hansard, we'd much appreciate it. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Collapsing. And we'll suspend for a couple of moments. Thank you. While I have a cough. Thank you. So I now welcome representatives. Start again. I now welcome a representative from Haven Home Safe in person. Thank you so much for being here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committee has been provided.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. For the Hansard record, could you please give us your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yep, my name is Lisa May and I'm the Chief Housing Officer at Haven Home Safe.
Great. And I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of that, we will ask you some questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Haven Home Safe is a community housing and homelessness services provider working across Melbourne and regional Victoria. Every day we work with people experiencing homelessness, housing insecurity and rental stress. We provide homelessness services, community housing and support to communities facing some of the most significant housing challenges in the country. Through that work, we see firsthand the real consequences of Australia's housing system on individuals, families and communities. We welcome this inquiry because, from our perspective, intergenerational housing inequity is not a future risk. It's already being experienced by the people seeking assistance from our services every day. In recent years, we've seen a marked and sustained increase in homelessness, housing stress and housing insecurity. Importantly, the profile of people seeking help is changing. Increasingly, these people are employed, older Australians and entire families who until recently would have been considered securely housed. They are seeking help because housing that is both available and affordable is becoming almost impossible to find. We are seeing renters forced to choose between paying rent and buying food, accessing healthcare or meeting other essential costs. We're seeing people remain in unsafe and overcrowded and unsuitable housing because there simply are no alternatives. We are seeing housing insecurity disrupt employment, education and well-being, diminishing people's capacity to contribute to society, and we're seeing growing numbers of older Australians approaching retirement in the private rental market without the security that previous generations experienced. One of the most important findings from both our service experience and our research is that Australia does not simply have a housing shortage, it also has a housing mismatch. While lone person and smaller households are growing rapidly, much of the housing system continues to prioritise larger and less affordable housing formats. Research undertaken by Haven Home Safe and Cushman & Wakefield found that lone person households are projected to grow to around 3.7 million over coming decades, yet housing supply is not keeping pace with the types of homes these households need. Challenge is particularly evident in regional Victoria, where Haven Home Safe operates. We are seeing increasing numbers of older renters on fixed incomes, rising rents that are outpacing local wages, limited availability of smaller and affordable homes, and growing pressure on already constrained social and community housing supply. The people most affected are those with the least capacity to absorb rising house costs. Older renters, particularly women, young people, low-income workers, people with disability, people experiencing family violence, and many regional communities. Research suggests that by 2031, around 440,000 older Australians across Australia may be unable to find or afford suitable housing. At the same time, the number of renters aged 65 and over is expected to increase significantly, highlighting the growing risk of housing insecurity later in life. From our perspective, homelessness is often the endpoint of cumulative housing inequity, where people experience years of insecure renting, unaffordable housing, limited supply and lack of viable alternatives. A single event such as a health crisis, unemployment or family violence can result in homelessness. When housing becomes unsustainable and you have no one to move in with, where do you turn? We believe addressing intergenerational housing inequity requires 4 priorities. First, a sustained expansion of social and community housing with a national ambition to grow social housing to at least 10% of all homes. Second, reforms that recognise renting as a long-term tenure to provide greater security and stability for renters. Third, housing policy that better aligns with the homes being built with the households that need them, particularly smaller and more affordable housing options. And fourth, a coordinated, long-term approach that treats housing as essential social and economic infrastructure. The core message we'd like to leave with the committee is that intergenerational housing inequity is not inevitable. It's a result of policy choices and it can be addressed through deliberate reform. The challenge before us is not only to build more homes, but to build the right homes in the right places at prices that people can afford. As a community housing and homelessness provider, Haven Home Safe is uniquely positioned to provide practical evidence about how these issues are affecting people on the ground and what solutions can make a meaningful difference. And we look forward to assisting the committee today.
Thank you, Ms May, for such a succinct statement of the issues as you confront them as a service and as a research body, and also for 4 very clear solutions. Can you tell us a little bit more about where you're based and the kind of clientele
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
you have, and how things are changing for you as a service?
Yeah, so we're based in the west. So we do have Metro, we do some in the east, down to Geelong, across to Horsham, and straight up to Mildura and Swan Hill. So that's kind of our section of the state, if for lack of a better word. Yeah.
That's quite a large geographic area.
It is.
And how many people would you be assisting?
I've got some numbers. So in 2024-2025, we delivered 6,000 IAP, so intake, assessment and planning support periods. So that's homelessness people coming in. But in terms of tenancies, we've got 2,000, around about 2,000.
And when you say you have 2,000 tenancies, what do you mean? What does that mean?
So tenancies are considered, one tenancy agreement. So that might be made up of rooming house, where you've got multiple people sharing one property, and then you might have those standalone tenancies. You'll have high density in our more metro regions, and then you might have townhouses, walk-ups, and then just your normal standalone properties as well.
And are those tenancies within your portfolio as a provider?
Yes, all ones that we either manage or own. So we manage on behalf of other entities as well, including the department, and we manage on behalf of other providers. So it's a bit of a mix.
And within the Victorian landscape, are you big, small, or in the middle?
We are a tier 1, so
Okay.
yeah.
Right. And what are the biggest challenges for your organisation?
I think just the change in the people that are presenting to us. So because we've got that unique position of seeing homelessness right through to someone being housed, sometimes long-term, if that's the program they go into with Haven Home Safe, but sometimes it's transitional, sometimes it's crisis. We're seeing a different sort of demographic that are coming in. The employed homeless is, a new and emerging, and the issue with that, among many things, is that people who are employed and coming in, they're coming in for our services because they can't find somewhere to live. So what we're seeing is that we're not getting to the people who don't have the capacity to find somewhere to live. So those traditional homeless representations that would be around, I don't have the capacity to look myself. I need some help, or I've got support challenges I need to meet first before I can even entertain housing. That was usually where we were meeting people, but now we're meeting people that I'm employed, I just can't find something. I can advocate for myself strongly, but I can't find something, help me. So that's the shift, I guess.
Right. So sort of up the hierarchy from people with the greatest need, who you traditionally see, to people who you would not have seen 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And so when you look at your solutions, your 4 proposals, is it the failure to build social homes in particular that has landed us where we are? How do you see the origins of this crisis?
Yeah, it's just that there was no investment in social housing for 30 years. So we're trying to catch up now. We're really trying to catch up, but that won't happen overnight. I think where we're headed is good in terms of, but you need that bipartisan support to make sure that those funding streams continue to come to us. We kind of pick up where we can to get the funding where we can, and we're very good at doing that. However, there's only so much funding to go around, and it's short and it's time limited, and it's got all these restrictions around it as well. So, we do have a very small development team. We keep it that way because we're never certain about whether there's going to be funding for housing or not, but we want to be ready when there is. So, yeah.
So changes in the policy program, housing policy, have been problematic for you to respond to?
Yeah. And even on the other side, with the renting side of things, so rental reforms that are coming through, they've been challenging as well. Nothing looks far enough ahead. to see how it's going to play out. And I think when policy reform occurs, whether it's, you know, at an RTA level or much broader policy reform, it doesn't capture all parts of the housing continuum. So it looks at home ownership, for example. It doesn't look at, well, what's going to be displaced by that, and then what pressure that's going to put on the pointy end, which is that sort of social and affordable end where there's no safety net. We haven't built it for so long, they're just displaced and then homeless.
So in your portfolio of housing options, your 2,000, do you have a proportion which have been, that are still state-owned, state-run, or state-owned, I should say, public housing, and then your own community housing?
We do. So we've got the general lease, which I don't know if it's a term that the committee's heard. So that's properties owned by Homes VIC that we manage under agreement. We also have transitional housing, which is owned again by the Department of Families, Fairness and Housing, and we manage those. They're short-term, time-limited stays. And then we're also funded. So there's certain developments that we build that are funded. So Homes VIC would hold an interest in those properties, provide availability payments, all those sorts of things.
So are you engaged in the HAF?
We have submitted to the HAF, yes.
Round 1, 2 or 3?
3 and 2?
Round 3, definitely.
Round 3.
Round 1.
And round 1, yeah.
Thank you. And please don't give us any information you're not comfortable with. But
yeah, no.
So you have had some engagement with HAF.
Yes.
Do you feel comfortable giving us a little bit of your reflections about how it's worked for you?
Yeah, I do. So I just had a couple of notes. It's got merit. HAF's got merit, definitely. And we submitted to it, so we felt it did have merit. It could be strengthened though. That bipartisan commitment is really key, and sort of moving away from one-off funding rounds to like continuous, transparent, predictable investment program. So that we can have that development pipeline. We know that the funding is coming, and we can be really clear on what we need to submit to be successful in that, who we could partner with in order to get that to, to fruition, and then start building. It's ultimately what we want to do.
Okay, great. And any other thoughts you'd like to offer on HAF? No.
I can take that on notice, because there probably are other thoughts. But
yes, well, it's great to have someone who's actually engaged in front of us, so very helpful to have any of your thinking about it. But overwhelming, you're saying, like many other witnesses, that you want to see Australia achieve a 10% proportion of all housing to be social housing. Correct. And you'd like to see renting options with longer term tenure.
Yes.
And a more adaptable, smaller set of housing types that meet the demand, which are smaller yes. households, and a coordinated long-term approach.
Yes.
That's across party,
yes.
rather than switching and changing with political climate. Yes. Thank you. I'll hand over then perhaps to Senator Bragg or Senator DeLiga. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Not for me, Chair, thanks.
Thanks. Senator DeLiga. Senator Bragg, anything if you're there? Okay. Let me then ask you a couple of questions. How do you think, are you feeling hopeful about the possibilities for change, given the attention that housing is now receiving around our country?
Yes, the attention is good attention. And it will hopefully, the thing to see now is whether it actually leads to change that's needed, that's appropriate, and that kind of goes across the housing continuum. But yes, a spotlight on housing has been required for quite some time, and this inquiry feeds into that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it needs to keep that momentum.
And when you are a younger person appearing before us, is there any comment you'd like to make about your generation and your perspective as a user of housing, not just someone running a service, about the conversations that you have and your perspective on the housing crisis?
Yeah, I think for me, I'm securely housed, and that is a privilege. However, I have a brother, grew up in exactly the same family, not as privileged to have somewhere that's he's securely housed, and his has come about through employment. I have friends who are in various stages of housing, one of which is in living out the back of a friend's house, for example, while they get on their feet. I have another friend, they're so mortgaged that if someone gets sick in that family, they are homeless. There is no way that they could overcome that. So I think if you look at like mum and dad, they're very secure, they've got all the things that they need, but then I'm coming from a privileged white background where we've all worked. What I'm seeing in terms of work and the clients that we serve, you can see how people got there. We have some case studies around, one life event becomes life-changing, and then you're in social and affordable housing. If you're escaping family violence, even if you work, you can't get into a rental property unless you line up with 40 other people. So you just don't have the same security. And trying to buy a property while you're renting and keeping all of that sort of going financially just doesn't work. You keep getting outbid. But more importantly, those who are renting, that is not something that is secure tenure. Your rent can go up by $80 a week in one rent increase, and then you can't go with that. And then you've got, social and affordable housing, which is where we're working in that area. And increasingly you're seeing the families coming through, you're seeing the employed coming through, and they're all my age or younger, and that's concerning, that state of play. And there is no safety net. I have to keep going back to the fact that there is no safety net. So if you can't get a rental, even though you have an income and you're working, where are you going?
Well, thanks for that personal perspective. Just a last question then in relation to rents. We've had a number of people say that we need to make rents more predictable, that $80 increase becomes, a real threat to your security in your housing. Have you got thoughts on what sort of model or how we should be regulating rent increases or managing them?
I'll take it on notice, but also add to that. We are doing social and affordable rent, so for us it's income-based rent. However, and we do put a cap in of 74.99% to keep it affordable. However, what we're seeing is because of income, because we're seeing such a rapid increase in market rents, when we get our properties valued, that cap of 74.99% of market rent as your cap of income is fast becoming far too expensive. So if you have someone on a fixed income and they're in a property, you've got 3 adults, so 3 adult incomes that are fixed incomes through Centrelink, they're very quickly going to hit that 74.99%. And when the market rent is already high, that's a lot of stress on the family, when they've got to pay for electricity and gas and food, and all of that is going up as well. So even though we're income-based assessments, sometimes you'll hit that soft cap, which still feels very high, and it still can be quite a jump as we get these properties valued.
So we've had some submissions to us about looking for a tighter agreed definition on affordability that should be, set at a % of your income. Have you got thoughts on that?
I don't have thoughts around, and I'd have to take it on notice, a percentage of income as the affordable limit. However, defining affordable would be a great first step. There's too many definitions of what affordable is.
Thank you. So on notice, if you have further thoughts about the rent capping system or any other related issues, we'd love to hear from you.
Great.
Thank you so much for your submission and for your appearance today. It's very helpful to have someone who is a practitioner out there and bring that experience as well as your policy learnings out of that experience. So appreciate your evidence, and if you could give us any responses within 2 weeks of receiving the Hansard, we'd very much appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We might just suspend for a moment. So thank you everyone for returning. We now resume with a representative, a student who is completing a significant project, Mr. Finn Larkham-Brooks, who's travelled from Geelong and is completing a project in your Year 12 project, and you have made a submission to this inquiry, number 170. Yep. And I really appreciate the flexibility of my fellow senators in having a short session with you, if I may. If we could you just begin by telling us your name and who you're representing here?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. My name is Finn Larkham-Brooks and I'm a student from Geelong.
And you're under 18 and
yes.
you have the permission of your parents to do what you're about to do? 17
years old.
Great, thank you. What's the name of your school, Finn?
Cardinia International College.
Okay, great. And I now invite you to perhaps give us some summary points from your submission, just very briefly. What did you cover?
So I focused on just one of the terms of reference for the committee, particularly on the factors that could potentially impede action on housing reform. And I'm not an expert on many of these areas, but I thought the banks clearly have an interest as a key stakeholder in the price of housing continuing to increase, because they, when they provide the mortgage, they charge interest and then they get a cut of the loan. Obviously the banks make pretty large profits, and from what I've researched here, it looks like they have quite a significant influence over the major parties through political donations. So some data that I've compiled shows that since 1998, the big four banks, so Commonwealth Bank, NAB, Westpac and ANZ, have donated about $244,290,562 to the Labor Party, $53,773,998 to the coalition parties, $152,878 to the Greens, although that stopped 12 years ago, and $240,000 and $452 to One Nation, which is primarily in the last few years. Also looking at those donations over a graph of time and comparing it to when the different parties were in government, it looks like there's a spike, quite a large spike to Labor in 2007 when they come into government. When the Liberals are in government from around the 2014 to later period, it looks like their donations increase significantly. And that, to me, it looked like, of course, I wouldn't want to insinuate that there's any wrongdoing going on, but it just seems that there's such a clear influence that the banks have over the parties, and it seems to me that it's only natural that the two major parties are going to maintain the policies that continue to increase the profits of the banks. Also, I think I'd just like to note that public housing has been really neglected. As part of my project, I'm also looking into the state government's plan to demolish the 44 towers here in Melbourne. And across the country there's been, as I'm sure we've heard from lots of other witnesses, really no real investment in public housing over the last few decades. I think we sit somewhere around 3% now, when I note that in 1966 we were at 18% of all housing stock that was public. So that's the general summary of my submission, that the banks maintain their influence so that prices continue to increase.
Thank you, and thanks for drawing our attention to an important issue which hasn't had a lot of discussion in our inquiry. I wanted to, our time is short, I know you'll appreciate that, but I wonder what took you to do your project on housing as a 17-year-old, and then what the conversations are like with your peers about their expectations about housing and their hopes. What's the conversation like in Geelong?
So for me personally, housing is probably one of, if not the biggest political issue. So I'm 17. From next year, I'll be looking at probably moving out of home, trying to get into either the rental market or paying for university accommodation. So I'm going to have a very big interest in housing affordability over the coming years. I think for my peers, I do go to a private school, so generally we are more privileged, so people aren't doing it as tough as a lot of other people, but there's certainly probably a pretty strong consensus that it's going to be quite difficult to get into a home, and certainly for people, if they didn't have any assistance from their parents, if they weren't in a position to be able to receive that, I think a lot of people that are my age would just accept that it's not going to be possible to get into the housing market, that they're going to have to rent for years and years, probably even half of their life the way we're going. And although I do note I had a good conversation with some of my peers the day after the budget was handed down, and we were all quite happy that the government had taken some steps to cut back on those concessions for the property investors. I don't have the graph in front of me, but I believe there was a graph of the capital gains tax that showed that the benefit flowed mostly to wealthier and older Australians. So we were all certainly happy to see that the government was taking some action, although it's quite a small step, and obviously I think a lot of us would be quite happy to see some more action.
So I'll just check with my fellow senators to see if there are any questions from you, Senator Bragg or Senator DeLiga. No? So we're going well. There is, last thing then, just in your comment just then, the media was saying that your generation would be feeling like the ladder had been pulled up and that they wouldn't be able to take advantage of capital gains tax or negative gearing. That wasn't a conversation you were having? There was much more positive feeling about what had been done? Yeah,
certainly. Look, certainly as a 17-year-old, I'm not looking at buying many investment properties anytime soon. I think that's part of a broader, and thanks for raising that point too, because I think this is part of a broader situation where the media often seeks to influence the price of housing to go. I'm not 100% sure on this. I could take it on notice, but I believe the News Corp has a pretty significant stake in realestate.com.au, more than their actual news business, which is one of the things that influence it. But no, certainly we don't feel like the ladder's been pulled up behind us. I think there's probably a very, very small percentage of people who are young who would look to invest in property, but that would just be a tiny percentage. We don't want to buy investment properties, most of us. I think I can probably speak for my friends on that. I think we just want to be able to have one day in the future a place for ourselves that can be our own, that's affordable, that we can get into.
Senator DeLiga, did you want to...
Yes, please. I've just got a quick question, if I may. Thank you for appearing today. I just want to ask, in your view, as a young person, and we appreciate you've travelled down here today, what reforms or policy changes do you think would have the biggest impact on improving housing outcomes for younger generations over the next decade?
Well, thanks for the question. Certainly, of course, the first thing is the thing that's already happened with the budget, where some of those concessions for the property investors have been reduced. I think that was a very big step, and I'm very happy to see that, like a lot of my friends were. In terms of what happens from here forward, I think the big one is probably public housing. I know that obviously that Australia used to build a lot of public housing with the Commonwealth state housing agreements coming out of the post-war period, and that sort of all came to a halt by the 90s, and then since then there's really been no public housing, essentially no public housing built. So that would really be one of the things that I think would benefit younger people, but also older people, anyone who just doesn't own a house yet. I think in part of the research I've had and part of the conversations that I've had with other experts, it seems like part of the problem here in Australia is this mentality and this stigma around public housing, as though it's this thing that's sort of meant for poor people, that a lot of people would think, oh, I'm never actually going to need that, when there's lots of other countries, I think, Vienna as an example, maybe, where public housing is just so common that it's actually really widespread, that a lot of people, maybe even something like half the population, will be living in public housing. So that public housing would definitely be the main thing that I'd be interested in.
Absolutely, and I think private housing, public housing plays such an important role, and even our Prime Minister has openly shared his story of growing up in public housing himself and how it set him and his family up, so him and his mum when he grew up, and just going back to what you were saying about the conversation and how it's shifting in Australia, obviously. We've seen do you think it's a positive step? Like, we're trying to shift the thinking of housing solely in terms of property investments and coming to think back on the prospects of young people and have first home buyers. So housing for actually living in rather than actually investing in, especially for that established houses.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree that we need this shift in the mentality. I think there was a quote that I had noted down somewhere from, I think it was on ABC News, where there was some data that came out and it showed that house prices had increased slightly. And I think the quote was that the housing market was performing stronger. And that's the words that they use when houses get more expensive. And I think that's part of just the mindset that for so many years, particularly with what used to be in place with the negative gearing and the capital gains tax discounts, where we saw these concessions for property investors, was that housing was not seen as a human right. It was seen as just something that people could stick their money into and make some more money. And I totally agree that we need to change that entirely. And I think the budget was a good step in that direction. And I think there's probably more that we can do in the future, definitely.
Look, and I share some of your views. I've also been reading in some of those newspapers or the real estate papers about the stories of first home buyers or young people going to auctions and over the last several weekends where they have not been up against investors. Are people talking about these sort of things, or are you hearing stories where people have actually gone to look to buy and establish a house and they are suddenly not up against all these investors and it's 2 or 3 couples that are there looking for houses?
I haven't particularly heard too many of those myself. I think most of my peers, certainly in Year 12, are not quite at that step yet.
Yes.
To be completely honest, I don't think a lot of my friends would know what negative gearing is and what the capital gains tax is. I gave a quick little explainer to my politics class the day after the budget, just to try and outline what it is. I think that's probably part of the bigger intergenerational issue where younger people don't actually know a whole lot about all these issues. And I think the risk to that is that we have some people who can come in and try and take this issue, which is a legitimate and serious issue, and then try and blame it on migration. And I think we've seen pretty clearly from the numbers, and I think we've maybe in the earlier submission from the Australia Institute seen that that's just simply not the case. And I think that is a big risk. Certainly for people my age, I think if we have more political education, more education to try and help people come into the adult world with a greater understanding of what these issues are, so they're not just getting their news from a Herald Sun headline. No offence to the Herald Sun, but I certainly think that's the case.
I agree with you, and very much look forward to seeing some of your other work. You're obviously a bright young guy, and I look forward to seeing what you do, mate. You seem very switched on, which is great for such a young person. So thanks for appearing today. I'm sure it's not easy appearing before a Senate inquiry, but good on you, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Thanks, Senator DeLega, and absolutely endorse your comments there. Thank you so much for bringing your perspective. And giving us such clear information about your own perspective, but also that of your peers as well. So best wishes to everyone back in your political economy class and your economics classes. And thank you for appearing. And if you have any further information you want to give us, we'd be delighted to hear it within 2 weeks of you getting the transcript of your hearing. And thanks for appearing spontaneously. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Great. So that concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for your assistance and for your incredible persistence this morning in the face of technical challenge. And thanks also to the Secretariat and my own staff. Committee has agreed that responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of witnesses receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. And I also want to add my thanks to Senator Bragg and Senator Delega. Thank you so much for being online. It's not easy all day. The committee stands adjourned.